Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Amish Earther, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mel's 24, Unamento, M, Iron 26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden Mickin and Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Touchy out here now. It's been a long time. These guys, these flat earthers at the top up here, nobody challenging them on their crap that they put out day in and day out.
What? I do.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Nathan.
there's Nathan. Nathan does. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But see, here we go out here, but then go somewhere else, and then like I say, we get into fighting each other, hanging the mouth on each other, and we're dealing with internal strife, which is reality and truth. And then you deal with these guys on the other side, the ballers. Well, it's not, there's nothing there. You're not going to find out. You're not going to learn nothing.
Stevie!
There's nothing to learn about space.
What's up, Neil?
What's going on, Stevie babes?
Out here having fun, Neil.
It's what you do when I'm not here. You all sit off mute, causing feedback through each other's lines and just not caring.
Yeah, discipline on Discord. Come on, Mike, discipline.
Yeah. Well, wait, hold it. Yeah, excuse us. Yeah, we do because it doesn't bother us. But we got to be off mute, Nathan. I don't think a lot of people are aware of that.
No, I think Pig might be hard miking or somebody's hot miking, but it's all right. It's early.
Do I need to mute?
We're not that bothered right now.
If you want, I'll mute. No worries.
Yeah, you got to mute Pig.
No worries.
No, you can just talk. Just talk. You don't have to.
It's
mute if you're not talking.
It's a damn eat rights, right?
He's doing a job, so he's running around, so he's listening and doing a job, I think.
Yeah, I'm in the car. I leave the car every two minutes, basically. So I just listen to you guys.
I tell you what, all you guys that call in that work like that, you're all very good about using your blinker. I'll say that.
I'm not sure if you're like if that's sarcasm. I know I do.
Oh, God.
It's a joke, but it's real. You guys are blinker mad.
I'm a delivery blinker
me.
man,
Yeah, you Neil.
Let me get some. Hey, let me get some blinker fluid.
Neil's talking and
Anyway, hello, Neil.
My mic working?
It is now, yeah. Okay, well, it's obviously going to go quiet, so I'm going to start playing a video that I started. Well, I didn't start watching. I watched about 25 seconds of it and went, that'll do. So this is a guy who's just started to break into YouTube called Matan or Evan. And he's kind of, if you've seen any clips of him to date, what you'll have seen is, oh, go on. Go on, whoever that was.
It might have been a hot mic or something. I don't notice anybody.
Okay, can you, I wasn't joking, and it does bother me. Yes, please mute if you are not talking. Okay, so Matan Even. Oh, Jesus fucking wept. Yeah, who was that? Who was that just did that? Because you're going to piss me off royally. There's total silence. So I've sat down and gone, oh, total silence. So I'll start talking about a video. Now the third attempt to just introduce the frigging guy. And I've got people hot micing through the top of me, people interrupting me and they're not answering me. What's the problem? What's going on? Okay, I'll try for a fourth time. This guy's called Matan Even, and if you've seen clips of him, you'll be familiar with him ripping apart idiot feminists who are, I don't know, 10 years his senior, not quite hit the wall yet, and going on about how wonderful being slutty is. For him to turn around and say having an OnlyFans account makes you trampy or whatever he does in terms of accusing them of being many times dumb. So in one instance, he asks a girl if she knows how to read. She's like, of course I know how to read. How old are you? It's like, it doesn't matter. Name 10 books. She can't. So obviously it was humiliating for this TikToker or YouTuber with an OnlyFans account to be humiliated by this 15-year-old at the time. I assume he's now 16, as it says in the title, 16-year-old. So what he's done in this instance is he's got a couple of flat earthers, or at least one of them that when I scanned through it yesterday evening, one at least that's doing actual talking. But as I listened to the very limited amount I did listen to, he struck me as a stooge. So it was like one of the last things I watched before I went to bed. And therefore, like I say, I didn't have time to watch all of it. I just listened to a little bit and left him a message saying I'll cover this tomorrow on his comments. And then after, like I say, scanning through it, I got the impression that this guy who's on the left is a stooge. In other words, it's somebody they've got in to go through the talking points, then regurgitate them without any real passion behind them, but a fairly concise understanding of the common garden flat earth talking points, which is what he seems to be fighting. But like I say, there's a distinct there's a facade of passion as opposed to passion. Maybe you'll pick up on it. Maybe I'm just, like I say, I was very tired when I scanned through it. Maybe I'm just reading too much between the lines as I was drifting off to sleep. Anyway, this is what we're going to have a quick listen to. So now, as I've got all annoyed with you and probably scared everyone of coming off mute now with my general annoyance.
No, that's me, Nathan. I know the video you're talking about. I've heard this. It's a young kid, right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be super smart. I know the video.
Well, he is smart. There's no two ways about that. He's very well educated. I don't know about smart. Smart's a weird word. He seems educated. Let's put it that way. Yeah? And well read, which he knows, and he's prepared to have leverage over Dumbos with, which fine. You know, it was very amusing when I watched it. But he's picking low hanging fruit, right? If you are attacking OnlyFans models. Now, in this instance, he's tried to step up his game by going up from OnlyFans models to flat earthers, which is probably a testament to where we sit in the societal hierarchy, right? Where you've got lowest of the low, OnlyFans models, and then one step above them, flat earthers. So that's what he's got to respond to in this video. I don't know where we're starting. I was skipping through and I just ended up landing on this particular point. I don't know whether or not it's going to be interesting. I might turn it up to double speed if it gets really slow.
A lot of the explanation, I'm sure you would believe in one of your points. I think I heard you outside talking to my producer about it, to be honest, when I had to check something on my phone. You said, why haven't we gone back, right?
Yes, why haven't we gone back?
So
he's talking about moon landings. Good enough as any place to start. Can you all hear him okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I can hear him.
Perfect.
I can hear him.
Okay, so what I want to take apart in this, if you can't already read between the lines of what I've said when I introduced this, is the general talking points, the general, I'm going to call it stooge view. So if you were just some Joe that was like, here you go, you're my researcher, go and research this topic so I can fight you on it, right? These would be the general talking points that were gleamed from the surface level of flat Earth by this dude, right? Now, if he isn't a stooge, it doesn't really matter to my point. My point isn't necessarily to prove this guy's a stooge. It's to prove that what he's demonstrating, if we imagine that he's a stooge, is that he's gleamed the main talking points that he perceives to represent what makes up flat Earth and their arguments. And then he's just parroting them back at this guy.
So I think the real and only explanation for that is that
I need to make sure this is off. My kid has got a monitor on. All right. So she...
Lean back. You're getting in front of the camera. Well, anyways, all good.
Yeah, this is fairly indicative, even though I've landed on this point in the video at random, of the general... I don't know if he's appealing to sort of the ADHD crowd or what, where there's these constant breaks where they're talking about something off topic and then like that, you know, and it means that it will take us an eternity to get through this garbage.
But I think that that's probably the reason why most people think the moon landing was fake. We have gone back not once, not twice, not 1,000 times.
They say a few times, yeah.
No, we've gone back thousands of times, not just NASA, but...
First of all, this guy's saying we. We? Who's we? Oh, the authorities that you appeal to, who claim to have gone to a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum. So in your mind, we is you. You've been to the moon millions of times because they told you that they had been to a place that isn't real. Now, not the moon isn't real, the sky vacuum that they claim the light in the sky they pretend to travel to is residing in. That would be to say that there's a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum above our heads known as outer space, and entropic law would dictate that if that was the case, we'd all be dead, because the gas we are breathing at high pressure would vacate into the area of volume, in line with entropic law.
It's not like, you know, the Indians, I believe, were there about a year ago.
NASA came out
There's
recently and said that NASA said that they destroyed the technology and we cannot go back to the moon. NASA themselves.
So working within the rhetoric of a general surface puke regurgitator when it comes to this flat Earth rhetoric, to parrot off something that NASA say about not being able to go back. So now it's not about whether or not we can travel through a sky vacuum out through the high pressure gas that we're all breathing into a second law of thermodynamics violation. They've definitely already gone, or may not have gone, but we can definitely go. There's definitely a place we could land on. It's just whether or not they've achieved that ends. So we're all under the impression, based on both flat earther and opponent, that maybe we can go, maybe we can't go, and that's all that's being argued. In reality, no, there is no possibility of anybody ever going, because it's taking place in an area that isn't real. We haven't got a violation of the second law of thermodynamics in the form of a sky vacuum above our head to be going to. So to say we've been there hundreds of times, we have been there, you haven't done jack.
So I have a question for you.
Confirmed that they cannot go back to the moon.
You believe NASA?
Yeah, by way of second law of thermodynamics, descriptions of entropy, gas dispersion in this instance. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. Ergo, we're not travelling to a place that isn't real. There you go.
So when it fulfills your point, but when I mention NASA about something else, you're going to tell me NASA is Freemasons. So why does it only...
Oh, is he going to tell you that NASA are Freemasons? Or is he just a stooge regurgitating the surface puke that is flat Earth by representation of the algorithmic exposure that they want you to have about this subject? Which is NASA, say this, that, and the other. NASA are part of conspiracies. NASA, Freemasons. I don't care about NASA. Yeah, you can worry about whether or not they're lying to you with their footage from space. I just point out that space isn't real and point you in the direction of a second law of thermodynamics description of gas dispersion, debunking their claims of travelling to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum to land on a rock we call the moon. It isn't. They haven't. They can't. They won't ever. The entire notion is bunk.
Why does it only work when it's pro on the flat Earth side? I feel like that's a little bit hypocritical, right?
Maybe, but the point is they said it themselves that we cannot go back. They said themselves, we cannot go back. That's what they said.
Just arguing within the rhetoric of heliocentrism. So go back, what, to the second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum? That's what we'll argue about in this very controlled circumstance. Yeah? Because these key talking points that they want out there for Flat Earth to argue and defend. Whether or not NASA say we can go back leaves you with the idea that we already went, or maybe we didn't, but going there is a possibility when the place isn't real. There is no sky vacuum.
They said we destroyed the technology. We cannot go back. It's a painful process to rebuild this technology.
Yeah, here's the problem.
And they can't go back.
I never claimed NASA went back. I'm claiming that other people have. You know, NASA, it's not even the biggest organization in the United States. I think SpaceX.
Well, it's the biggest space exploration organization in the world, isn't it?
Not anymore, from what I understand.
You'd think you'd know if this was your arguing point, if this is your talking point, if this was Dave Weiss sat there, he'd know that. That's why I think he's a stooge. He's just regurgitating the surface puke. And when it comes to, oh, shouldn't my argument do this with an upward inflection? You should know. You're the one arguing it.
Well, either way, I mean, if they can't go back...
Either way, it's only your arguing point that I can overcome and undermine.
I mean, I guess like how you said India went, but I mean...
Yeah, Indians have an entire camp up there. They have like a... There's not people like living there 24/7.
You mean like a colony? They have a colony? How did they get through the Van Allen radiation belt?
What do you mean?
Again, working within the heliocentric notions of Van Allen's belt, spherical in nature, surrounding a high-pressure gas. So how do we traverse these high-radiated belts around a sphere when getting to the sky vacuum? So in other words, this is a problem that works within the paradigm. So you can criticize whether or not Neil and Buzz were lying, because according to the current rhetoric of a heliocentric sky vacuum in violation of natural law, that's the second law of thermodynamics, gas dispersion and gas filling space, according to their current narrative, they would have died on the way. So therefore it's not about whether or not we can go to space, because space is definitely real and it's got Van Allen radiation belts, but whether or not a couple of men lied. And they'll be dead soon, so we'll never know, will we? But we've definitely got radiation belts, and we may or may not be able to traverse them to get to the sky vacuum. Yeah? Again, regurgitating talking points that have been given to flat earthers to lose with.
In the colony.
Well, colony, you build a sustainable housing where you can live for long periods of time. I love this guy. He's great. Yeah.
Mike?
So they are living up there, or are they not living up there? What's going on?
So they're not living up there 24/7 because they're...
Why are you asking this 16-year-old whether or not men live in a sky vacuum? Why are you asking him?
Haven't got, from what I understand, they haven't got the technology to fully be up there. They have to come back down every once in a while. Just go. Well, they can bring up the air containers and all that and all the space things just up and down. But from what I understand, they can't be up there for more than 6 months at a time. So they keep going up. It's not like they're having kids up.
From what you understand, people are in a sky vacuum for 6 months. No, they're not. They're just liars. Anybody claiming to be in a sky vacuum is a liar. Automatically. Like saying I've been to see Aslan in Narnia. I went through the wardrobe. You're a liar, aren't you? Oh, no. We have to come back every 6 months from Narnia to resupply with, human food and that.
Up there.
I thought I heard him say container.
What if I told you that you can use motion array to improve
photo, the most famous one, I think is the one that everybody finds, taught in schools. It's not exactly a fake photo. It's just not like a live photo. It's more of it's like a diagram. It's like a model. So going off of that, there are actually real photos. It's just not that one. But since that one's the most popular one because it's
Why don't they?
So we're talking about blue marble pictures and whether or not they're real. Again, so instead of it being Buzz and whether or not Neil have lied about going up through the Van Allen belts, because we can definitely go through Van Allen belts, or maybe we can't, but we've definitely got them and space is real and the moon is a place we can go. It's just whether or not we can get there. Now it's whether or not we've gone out to the sky vacuum and took pictures, and whether or not this particular picture is a composite. But the notion of going out into sky vacuums to get pictures of an Earth in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law with gas clinging to it, you looking back at the clouds and that, in a sky vacuum with a backdrop of a completely black area 10 to the minus 17 tour and the clouds that you can see on the blue marble not dispersing into a vacuum. Utterly absurd. But let's argue about whether or not the pictures are real, because then we're not arguing about whether or not there's a sky vacuum above our heads.
show off the real photos
because they're not going to be as clear. They're not going. They take the real photos and then they make the blue marble. If you go to a photo like that the Indians can take from the colonies, then you'll find real photos. You can look into this.
The colonies that were shown to not be there, but anyway. So continue. Sorry.
No, but they can bring like devices. They can take a picture. It's not going to come out very good. But there's a reason why a lot of astronauts, when they go to space, they have I forget what it's.
Was that his nervous tapping under the desk? Couldn't tell if it was his I don't know if they call this his security guard or something, but was it him nervously tapping underneath the desk?
Called, but it's like a disassociation. They see the whole world, they see the global, they can see like different parts of it, and they disassociate. They start having problems when they come back, and that was actually proven. Let me go to the guy's name, Daniel Larson. What he said is that when he came down after, he.
Oh, sorry, you're going to appeal to liars. These are men who've come down from the sky vacuum, are they?
Yeah, that same disassociation. But after a while, it started to go.
Disassociation. Yeah, you'd need to do that if you were lying. You kind of disassociate your lie of being in a place you haven't really been from the experience that you actually had when you weren't in a sky vacuum. You'd need to disassociate.
Away.
What does the disassociation do again?
I mean, I'm sure this is something you would agree on. They see the whole world and they start to misunderstand, not misunderstand, but I'm trying to think of like a way to put it into words. It's like
lie. They haven't seen the whole world, and they've got to describe that to you. So they've got to have an experience that they can't describe because it hasn't happened. Be described in a way that leaves you confused and having to describe disassociation rather than the majesty of seeing what you believe to be true. If they've seen what you believe to be true, you'd think that would be the primary focus as opposed to this disassociation story. But there we go. That's what liars do.
You look down on where you live, like everything, and it starts to not feel as real. You know what I mean?
I see.
Not that it's not.
So even by your estimation, by regurgitation of this liar's story of looking back on Earth, and it just seemed unreal. So the part of the story the liar left with an impression in your mind was him telling you that when he looked back on Earth from a sky vacuum, a place that you cannot visit, that it was just kind of unreal. Yeah, that would be my story if I was to tell you directly with an overt lie about meeting Aslan and talking to him. It all seemed kind of like a dream. It was almost unreal. But then we came back through the wardrobe 6 months later and got some more supplies.
Not real. It's just like.
It's like larger than life.
Yeah, larger than life. Exactly. I was trying to.
Larger than life, like a big ball in a sky vacuum with the gas clouds and all the other stuff that is at high pressure, not dispersing into a vacuum in line with entropic law. Just kind of like a dream, just kind of like it's not real, because it isn't. And you'll never get to see that view. You'll never get to go to a sky vacuum. There isn't one.
I think of something like that. And
yeah.
So after Daniel Larson was done there, he came back down. He had that same problem, and they actually put him into therapy with Joshua Block.
Yeah, being a massive liar would put you in therapy. Seeing the majesty of the world, coming back down and having a way of describing it to people would be just something you'd go on a world tour with. Not go into therapy. It's amazing that the astronauts that came back from the moon, Neil Armstrong being one of them, when they were being interviewed, looked like someone had just taken a giant shit in their cornflakes. And yet this is a description of a man who apparently has come back from seeing the whole world and now is in therapy. Seems like a bit of a pattern from these liars.
After he was done, he became an astronaut again. He went back up there, no problems.
Right,
and I think the reason
he got over lying and then realised that, he can just blag that he's gone up there again, seen the whole world from space, a place that isn't real, and he got over it, and it got easier and easier to lie. Amazing. Therapy for people who have suffered trauma, they don't tend to readdress the trauma and go straight headlong into the thing that caused them the trauma. But you'd be a bit baffled if you were asking why somebody who saw the majesty of the entire world would be traumatized by it. And then get over their trauma and then just go and do it all again, to just go through the same process of lying about being in a sky vacuum.
Yeah, that is, he was an American guy, he's for NASA. And just for a second, let's not say the whole NASA is bullshit again. Well, we can go into that again
Whatever,
later.
you just continue. Continue the story, yeah.
Yeah, so he went back, he never got to the colonies on India. This is like back in the 2000s.
Sure, yeah.
So he was just there and he took photos with the phone. Because I believe it was one of the early iPhones.
2010, you said?
Maybe not a phone. Maybe it was like a camera.
Because back in 2010, it's possible
maybe
they
it was
did.
like
But
the first iPhone. I don't
you'd
know.
think that with all the people going into space, there'd be more pictures of the Earth from space.
So, Flat Earther is there alleging that people can go to space. Stooge. Yeah? With all the people going to space, no, there aren't any people going to space. So why are you supporting the notion as a claim to be flat earther that there's loads of people going to space? Doesn't that seem beneficial to this whole argument for a globe believer to have the notion that space is real and it's just whether or not there's not been more people go back to it or not? Yeah? Oh, game's rigged.
No Google, no Google. I think he was looking something up on Google.
That's if he's Google, I get to Google. I get one Google if he
I shut him
Google.
down.
He got one Google. Okay, well, it's 1-to-1. It's even.
Yeah,
it's,
you did a
yeah, it's a
Google, you
one
did a-
negative and a positive makes
Why wouldn't you be able to have Googled something on the spot?
0. All right, we're good. Yeah, what are you saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that after Daniel Larson was done up there and then he got the therapy, he went back. He didn't have the larger than life feeling, and he took a photo. I take it back. I don't believe it was a phone. I believe it was a camera.
So a depressed man from therapy went up and took a photo. That's what we've got so far. So you believe this man from therapy. Does that make you stupid, given that there's a violation of natural law in his description? You think you'd have researched it a bit better.
And he took a photo. And you can find that photo.
But don't you think there would be more photos of the Earth
There are-
from
We heard your crap argument the first time.
space?
But there's
if
thousands of them.
There's thousands of
Yes.
like smartphone
None of them are
photos.
gonna look as good as the blue
smartphone
marble, though.
photos. I mean, if you have a pretty good view of it, you should be able to take a picture.
Right,
I mean,
but
it's
do you think
smart.
there's
it's
not
like
really
common
any
sense.
technology that's going to go as big as the Earth, right?
Yeah, but if you're going far enough away, you could do it. I mean, if you go to the moon
It's not possible.
and back, you could do it. Not possible.
Do you believe the moon is fake?
Do I think
This crap oversimplification of you think the moon is flake. No, I'm looking up at the moon. No, why would you suppose that the man opposite you thinks the moon is fake? No, the notion that it's a rock in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law is fake. It's a rhetoric about a light in the sky that you believe based on a man who's been in therapy and claimed to have gone back to the traumatizing circumstance of seeing the majesty of the whole world to get a camera picture from a phone of it once. And the guy's argument against that is, why haven't more people done that? So all you would need as a flat earth stooge is what, 20 more people to say, here's my camera shot from my camera phone. Therefore, what, it's real. That's the standard. Nah, they're liars. And suddenly when you realise that they're liars based on natural law, the second law of thermodynamics, and the area of volume they're claiming to have visited to take these pictures not being real, suddenly it makes a lot more sense that they'd be depressed about it, doesn't it?
well, if we're going by your model and if they have the ISS and all this stuff, there's plenty of pictures from the ISS of the Earth, right? That may or may not be real.
Why? Why may or may not be real? I say the images that are real-time high-altitude images are as real as they look. But as for them coming from a second law of thermodynamics violation light in the sky we call the ISS, which is simultaneously claimed to be a stage show with men on high wire, I'm going to go with no. They're definitely not taking the images from the sky vacuum, which is where they claim the ISS, which is a light in the sky, is. We don't have a sky vacuum to take pictures from. That's the end of this argument. It shouldn't be dragged out for 25 minutes.
Whatever. But why aren't there pictures from the ISS on smartphone? Are we Googling now? What's going on?
I'm just giving it to the moderator so he doesn't look.
Thank you, moderator. He's really impartial here. Really impartial.
And you're really a stooge. This whole thing is just a complete charade. It's just nonsense.
Okay,
Just
the pocket is
because-
fine. Just
All right, Mike.
Find my photos of, just because I can't find my photos of Aslan does not mean I'm not denying it. I don't appreciate this.
Yeah, I left the photos in the car. I'm pretty sure I could publish them too if I could just only have access to Google. Moderator, oh, he's asleep.
just want to make sure no Google.
Mike,
Everything's fair.
Good job, Mike. Stand up for yourself. So
Yeah,
we're
finish
talking
what
about
you're saying.
it's
Lean
my
back,
word
lean back.
versus yours. I don't think space is real anyways. So
You don't think space is real?
yeah, because like I said, satellites are Nothing. They're not real. They're not real.
That was gonna.
That's not an argument. I don't think space is real. Why not? Because I don't think satellites are real. They're just not real. That's not an argument. Why is space not real? Because it violates a law of nature. Gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we're breathing right now would fill that space instantaneously. It would disperse into it at a high rate. Now, realistically, we'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place in your stupid fantasy world of a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum. The very first particle of gas that ever developed ever would vacate the ground in whatever vector it was travelling into the sky vacuum to never return. And so would the second particle of gas, and the third, and the fourth, and they would forever dissipate into the area of volume we know as a sky vacuum. We'd never develop gas pressure in this stupid world of a ball in a sky vacuum. Ergo, we don't have a sky vacuum. Outer space is fake. Therefore, there are no satellites, there is no travel to Mars, there is no travel to the moon, there is no going to that area to take pictures of the ball Earth that you believe we're standing on, which came from flat Earth measurements. Absolutely absurd.
Gonna bring me up to my next question. I was gonna say, what exactly is your explanation of why the sun is round, the moon is round, every other planet is round?
Well, just because
I don't know is my answer. I don't know what the sun is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. But suddenly it's a bone of contention because the flat earther needs to explain it. Well, why would that be the case? Oh, well, because you've got a version of what you believe in your religion the sun is. In fact, it's part of the overriding primary resource of your religion. That is to say, your religion is defined as heliocentric, sun at center. The sun, for you, is the most important thing in the whole wide world. We're moving around it, in your world, of a ball Earth in a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. So you've got an explanation for the sun. Why? Well, because of stellar spectroscopy and flat Earth measurements. Derivations of radial values taken from a flat Earth to superimpose that flat Earth radial value into being a spherical one. And that derivation gives you your distances to all of your known luminaries in your orbital motion, derived by the church off a flat plane. So your fantasy world of being in a ball, or being on a ball, I say in a ball because that's how your systems actually work, from hell, at the centre of a sphere Earth when navigating the equatorial plane with respect to the celestial sphere, sod all to do with the globe Earth. But you believe that you're standing on the protractor you measure the stars with. Therefore, you're on a ball, and therefore he has to explain what the sun is. Number one, no, he doesn't. It's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're the one with the claim of what the sun is. 93 million mile away, burning ball of gas in a sky vacuum. Again, a violation of natural law. But he's got to explain it. Yeah, immediate burden of proof reversal fallacy.
because that is round, it's circular, doesn't mean we are circular. It's like,
but you believe they are also.
You see what I mean about him regurgitating the general surface puke of flat Earth?
I don't think it's spherical. I think that it's possible
Mars?
that they're, well.
If I'm on a pool table, then does that mean I'm a pool ball? No, it doesn't, no. Meanwhile, we have a very good idea of how these celestial items work, and we've got systems of navigation and mapping derived from them, and their paths and patterns, which were all measured off a flat Earth. And as I just suggested, that flat Earth measurement was taken by the church and turned into a spherical radial value measured off a flat Earth, to infer that we're standing on the surface of the protractor we measure the stars with.
If you look through a telescope.
Yeah.
Did they mention anything about how high up they were in any part of this?
Yes, at one stage they did. They were talking about how high a guy had gone up to take a picture of the Earth from space.
Yeah. Up is relative to a flat plane, not a sphere. Yeah, they shouldn't be talking about up if they're going to phrase this as living on a sphere.
Yeah, they need to be talking about out, as nonsensical as it is in reality. Like most references to anything in reality, it's going to reference a flat plane.
scope or high zoom camera, they don't look like anything that what NASA shows. They look like little garbly, watery, prism-like whatever. It doesn't look like what.
Regurgitating the surface puke argument topics of flat Earth, like this has any meaning. So what he's actually saying, having been here for 10 years, is some people went out with crap cameras that weren't really that great at resolving data from the sky, and they showed out of focus, wibbly wobbly moving lights, and said that they don't compare to the artist renderings of planets and CGI renderings of moons and composite images of, I don't know, whatever you're going to label some of these lights in the sky in your heliocentric paradigm. Well, that's what you're actually describing. The contrast and compare between people seeing wibbly wobbly lights and NASA's renderings. Okay? The claim that comes from NASA is that they're burning balls of gases in a sky vacuum. Well, gas expands in all directions to fill volumes. The notion that's describing them as being burning balls of gases that were developed through your god of gravity and the gravitational attraction developed by Newton at the time that this heliocentric system was in place, only to be debunked by gas behaviour. Gravity then comes on 109 years ago to stop being a force and go on to be a fourth-dimensional space-time bending in a pseudo-geometry invented by a man named Einstein that is not a force, and in no way overcomes the natural law that dictates how gas will disperse into volumes. That would be debunking outer space.
What they say it looks like. It looks like it's water up there, in fact. So when we...
Why are you speculating about this, stupid numpty flat earth idiot?
Look at it, us peons who don't have billions of dollars worth of technology, we can't confirm they're telling the truth. They could Photoshop the pictures. They could Photoshop the pictures.
What about when the pictures from a sky vacuum? It just needs cutting off its needs. There is no pictures from space. Anything that's
they're going to need a flat plane for that.
You'll need a flat plane for what?
For the atmospheric pressure and for the vacuum pressure. It starts at 14.7 psi at sea level. So it starts at sea level. They're going to need a flat plane for that.
All right, so you're saying for the descriptions of the pressure gradient, it starts at sea level and is described with altitude, therefore needs a flat plane.
Correct.
Absolutely. You proud, John? This is your influence.
I like it.
I like it too. I wish I could take credit. It's not, it's yours.
You look into the sky.
Into the sky and at what?
At the sun, you see it's a ball.
Yeah, but the sun...
no, you don't, Dumbo. So ball would be a three-dimensional object. Sorry, do you have binocular vision, fuzzy head? I don't think so. No, you do not have binocular vision to the stars. You cannot establish their three-dimensional ball-like attributes. You only have a two-dimensional view of them. I thought you were well-read. Obviously, don't understand the difference between three-dimensionality through binocular vision and monocular vision through a telescope when you're looking at lights in the sky. You think you establish three-dimensionality to them, do you? No! Oh, dear. Maybe you need to get a little bit more educated on the concept of three-dimensionality through a single lens. No, definitely not.
And is the same size as the moon in the flat Earth model.
What flat Earth model? Are we going to get to see this flat Earth model? What model? There's flat Earth maps that have come from globe projections that have come from flat Earth measurements. That's what we have. There are no models. There's no globe model. There's no flat Earth model. There's just the mapped territory distorted by whatever system was used to project it on a globe to then project it back out onto a cylinder and then roll that cylinder out flat so we can actually use it with the flat Earth that we actually navigate. But that leaves a load of distortions. These aren't models, they're maps.
Oh, but you believe the sun is the same size as the moon?
Yeah, and it's only...
Why? You know, by measuring its apparent...
elevation angles.
Yeah, you're going to need a flat Earth to measure the apparent positions and apparent angles. But nevertheless, if you ignore a flat plane for this, actually, in honesty, George, you can measure its apparent size and suggest that the two have got the same apparent size in given circumstances. Well, number one, you can show that's not the case. There's plenty of videos. Chris Van Matre is one of them, where he showed the differences in the sun as you film it. So to say that they're the same size when one of them's shown to be apparently changing in size, angular, no. But this flat earther's going to postulate that like he's got some idea about what the sun or moon are. No.
125 miles up or something like that. 30 miles.
25.
Yeah, it's not very far away. And it's not killing us, no.
How's it
When did you measure it? Yeah? See, this feigned confidence makes me think he's a stooge.
not killing us?
Because it's not what they say it is.
So, like, hypothetically, according to you, you could just go to the sun right now, probably.
I can't go to the sun. I don't have $1 billion
No,
of
I'm saying,
technology.
let's say you did.
So, and that's what it would take, would it? So again, within his paradigm, you see these little leaky tells make me think he's a stooge. We would need the technology to go out into the sky vacuum in the same way the heliocentric model says it requires billions of dollars. Therefore, you are leaking out your own real bias.
Did.
I'm going to call it. This guy's not a flat earther. This guy's a stooge.
Did, maybe I could.
And it wouldn't kill you?
I don't know. I don't know because
Exactly.
I don't claim to know everything, but you can
people who
use
do know the
basic
most.
trigonometry to calculate the distance from the Earth to the sun in the flat Earth.
No, you cannot.
No, we can't.
No, you can't. See, this guy's a complete stooge and ignorant. And is just, like I say, this idea that you can measure the height of the sun off a flat plane with trig is a complete misnomer. It's not true. But it's nice to stack up in false dichotomy because then we're allowed to measure angles off a flat plane to celestial items so that the ballers can then measure an item in the sky off a flat plane and then move that flat plane measurement onto a sphere, or more accurately, as described earlier, into a sphere. So it still works on the equatorial plane if you're measuring angles to stars, because you're going to need a flat plane to measure angles to stars. This guy doesn't know any of that. He's just telling us that we can measure the height of the sun. Oh, really? So what if I measure it past solar noon at, I don't know, 85 degrees, just off my zenith? And then I measure with trig how high it is. And then I wait till sunset, and it's actually sat on the horizon. Is it at 0? Are you a numpty? You think it's height 0 and it's using your trig and it's literally on the horizon? Yeah, you haven't got two lines going out from your position at a vertex to make a triangle with. They're both the same line. How high is it then, Dumbo?
Model, and it's not 90 million miles away.
Well, this was
93 by their hijacking of flat Earth radial value measurements with Polaris. Yeah, they needed a flat Earth for their 93 million mile sun.
bring up. You say like us peons, we don't have the billions of dollars.
We don't have $1 billion.
I don't know if you know one of the biggest flat earthers, no longer with us. You know Felix Schellberg?
No, Felix Schellberg is a Red Bull guy, and he is not a flat earther. No, wait, you talking about Felix Schellberg? Are you talking about PewDiePie? Felix Schellberg is PewDiePie. He's not a flat earther. You just said Felix Schellberg.
Yeah, Felix Schellberg.
That's PewDiePie.
See? Stooge. He knows as much about YouTube videographers as he does about the subject of flat Earth and expresses it with the same level of confidence. This guy's a surface puke regurgitator.
Who's that? Is it a YouTuber?
Who the hell are they talking about?
He's whatever. Okay, so what are you going to say? PewDiePie the flat earther. What are you going to say? What's the story?
I mean, is he a big
Felix
YouTuber?
Schellberg. So you're just making up words.
No,
I can't take you seriously.
Meanwhile, while these idiots argue about this tossy name that means nothing, outer space is fake. You can't have a sky vacuum. All the gas we're breathing at high pressure would fill it. The Earth is measured flat. All assertions that have been on this table so far have been derived from flat Earth measurements, without exception.
So it's true. That's it's called circular logic.
What
so
is
like
logic?
Just because my book says it's true, it's true.
I'm just saying. You said I'm just making stuff up. I'm just.
Yeah, but you make it up.
No, circular logic starts with the premise that you're trying to prove.
And you write it on the paper.
Okay, so you're assuming.
So you're saying Felix Schellberg is a flat earther.
Maybe we're talking about a different guy.
Are we talking about a different guy? Okay, I think that
I don't even know who you're talking about, to be completely honest.
He's not talking about anybody. You brought up a name.
You don't know who PewDiePie is? Okay. All right.
Who is he? Who is the one you're talking about?
The one I'm talking about? He's a YouTuber. He's like the biggest YouTuber, at least like he was the biggest YouTuber. But Felix Schellberg, yeah, that's the.
What does he do? He does like.
He does game. He's a gamer guy. He's a gamer. Yeah.
He's a gamer?
Yeah, he's a gamer guy.
Okay.
He's been there.
what is this feigned ignorance by this Matan guy? Why is he feigning this ignorance? I don't get it. Can anybody read between the lines with what's going on here?
There forever, you know. All right, so what's the story?
Anyways, I guess we're talking about different people.
Sure, maybe.
Well, I don't. Well, it is a different person. Just for
Sure.
what I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Top flat earther Felix Schellberg. He actually was the #1 flat earther in 2008, and essentially
Okay.
what ended up happening is he raised enough money to actually buy sort of like not like the best one, but something that could just get him into space, like like a hot air balloon that can get you really high.
So the top flat earther in 2008 was attempting to affirm a sky vacuum rhetoric, was he? All right. How interesting that the main talking point taken from the 2008 end of the wave that had come before us was that a guy was attempting to go to space, a place that isn't real. So that was what was achieved at the end of the last wave, was it?
High up.
Yeah, history is written by the victors. Therefore, some numpty flat earther that's trying to affirm going to space. A bit like, isn't it weird how history repeats itself? We've got Mad Mike Hughes trying to get to space. Weird that, isn't it?
Yeah, you went to like the stratosphere or something like that.
Stratus what now? Stratus begging the question sphere-shaped air? No. Air doesn't take a sphere shape. To call things stratospheric would mean they're spherical. And that's not how gas behaves. It doesn't arbitrarily take sphere shapes in layers. It's inhomogeneous, anisotropic, does not form layers. We don't have a stratosphere. We don't have an atmosphere. None of these gases are forming sphere shapes. Go ahead, John. I can see you itching to get something in.
100,000.
Yeah, well, the idea of a stratosphere is a height above sea level. So at a height, they call it the stratosphere. It still requires a flat plane to assert it.
Right, guys. Do you think you can keep the conversation going 5 minutes while I set up a few things for the live show?
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you. I heard some of that AMA that you did, and a guy named Pillbox. Do you remember what he said about a guy on the horizon, and then another guy on that guy's horizon, and they're leveling their lasers and firing them, and if the first guy can see the laser, but the second guy can't, it's a sphere.
That was Rob Noxious, but yeah.
Well, interestingly enough, that required a flat plane to make the claim to begin with. He just like whistled past it, and he's talking about firing a laser at the horizon, which you're going to have to, angle your device, which won't be horizontal, right, with the surface. And then he was going on to tell you about how if the guy at 10 miles can see the laser, but the guy at 20 miles can't, that proves it's a sphere somehow with these parallel lines.
Yeah, I wish I'd spotted that at the time.
I don't know.
I wish every time that these come up, I'm glad you're pointing them out, because I don't spot them in the moment, obviously, or I would have pointed that out.
Well, I had to leave. I had to listen back to it, and like you did really good. I mean, for most of it, that's the thing. It's one thing to know it's flat, and it's another thing to pick up on those little keywords that they use, where they're presupposing it's flat, and they just never say it out loud. There's a lot of them.
Well, the best example.
Planes.
The best example was one of, I think it was claimed by Adam to be a roofie example, where they basically take perspective in the most simplest form and say this mountain is dropped by my angular estimation. It should be above my view because it's taller. Like what the mountain that's 100 miles away should be taller because it's bigger. So I edited that with Dougal saying this cow is small, this cow is far away. Making it as obvious as possible to the audience what's really going on, with a complex dissection of it from Adam and Brian. I don't know if you saw that. We all measure Earth flat is the name of the video. I've got to press some buttons.
No, I haven't got a chance to see it yet. I'm still on the 5-hour AMA. So how y'all doing out there in Discord land?
Yeah, Jesse does the same claim. It's actually one of his pictures where he has the mountains on the distance, and he has a baseline and a level line running parallel to the baseline. And these angles above and below his established level line. So in order to do this, he requires a flat plane, because you're referring the differences between the plane and the height.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
get
as the
confused
person walks
easy.
away, yeah, I give the example of a guy that is taller than me, and he walks away from me, and as he walks away from me, he looks smaller than me, when in actuality, side by side, he's taller than me. But in order to do these angular sizes, this geometry, this mathematics, it requires a flat plane for that, a baseline.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing. What happens, and we argue about it sometimes, is between the optical plane that we see when we look out with our eye and the actual plane we measure things off of. People get confused between those two and then somehow come to the conclusion it's a sphere because they're idiots, I guess. I don't know. I can't speak to that. But you have an optical plane and then you have an actual plane, and then they get lost in the weeds and start arguing about how the actual plane is curving, and they have tangents, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they don't have any tangents. What they have is straight lines to horizontal lines and the differentials between them. That's what they have.
Oh yeah. That's but I mean, that's the whole problem is wrapped up right there in between trying to describe what you see and what you're measuring, and they get lost between those two steps and wander off into some fantasy world where what they just measured isn't reality. And I don't know, I kind of feel bad for them.
Well, they don't talk the talk, but they walk the walk. Just ask them to draw a horizontal line, and they debunk themselves.
And as crazy as that sounds, yeah. Have they ever tried to show you their hand-drawn pictures where they're trying to describe how the sphere works? And they always got that, you know, horizontal line at ground level, and usually they label it ground level, and it's a horizontal line. It's madness.
Yo, let's get it on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We'll have to figure out what's causing John's mic to go pop every time he says anything. We'll see if he does it again. Hey, John.
Damn it.
Right, let's do a bit of housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge that's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve?
How can you have a horizon if you're on a globe? It don't work. Earth is flat.
Yeah, if you want to get a detailed explanation for the slope-a-dope, which is an explanation of why you can't have a horizon, as it's described and defined, on a sphere, a difference in elevation or a deviation from zero is what you describe if you have a slope or a curve, whereas horizontal has no deviation. So to describe what is a horizon on a globe is not possible. So check that out on Quantum Eraser's channel. I think the title of the video is called Slope-a-dope.
Right,
that's correct.
Yeah, but the horizon is not physical, though. It's just its orientation is useful. It's horizontal. It's surface level, and it's used as such.
Well, there's a bone of contention in that regard. 'Cause surface level is the surface. So in the respect that what it gives you at an optical dissolution point is the nature of the physical ground beneath your feet, which you can correct to if you're using the horizon. That is to say, you correct to the ground level with dip correction. Therefore, you are using an aspect of physical reality. However, and Adam's right on this score, you are still describing and using an optical dissolution point to level your tool, which then will require correction. But the only reason you can acquire that level with that tool, that would be the sextant, is because the ground is flat. Because you can acquire a horizontal plane of reference with the ground. So it does have a slight amount of ambiguity in it. Doesn't really benefit our opponents on the globe side. It's very much an internal, what would you call this? It's not a dispute. I wouldn't give it such a strong label.
It's a debate.
Wouldn't call it
It's
debate
actually a
either.
debate.
Well, it's just semantics. It's somebody in the chat said iron sharpens iron while we were discussing it. You're like, yeah, but when you're sharpening the blades, you're not in battle, are you? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an internal refinement.
An internal refinement as opposed to a disagreement, debate, or anything particularly. It is contentious. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Hello?
There's a contentious point being discussed. Therefore, it is a debate. And this is flat earth debate. And it's really just two flat earthers debating a point about flat earth.
Yeah, because globers have no seat at the table.
Hello?
Who's saying hello?
Hi, I just wanted to say, I think it would be pertinent for us as aware people to discuss the fact that the globe is a line has never been proven, and the level stationariness of our land is the only thing that can and has ever been proven. So really, there is no debate or discussion.
Yeah, someone said that in my comments recently, and I completely agreed with them. Yeah, absolutely. In terms of how we can internally interact about this subject, it's not a debate. We're not talking about, how do you phrase it, John? It's a what is question or something along those lines.
Yeah, it's not a matter of process like Adam and Ryan are debating at the moment. It's not a matter of process. It's a matter of what is. It's not debatable.
Once you understand what is in terms of the nature of the ground, and in appreciation of what is, you can utilize in practical ways the ground, then you're not in a position where you can have that challenged. You're like, that's how it's being used, that's how it's being utilized, that's how it's built on, that's how it's navigated, that's how it's mapped, that's how it's charted, that's what the world is. But when you know that's what it is, it stops being a point of contention. So on screen now, the reason you can get around with angles measured to stars to navigate with is because the ground is flat. So it's a prerequisite at that point. It's not a contentious, debatable point. It's needed for their claim too. It's needed to claim that you're on a sphere, as we were going through Matan even in the pre-show. We maybe we'll get into that in a little bit more in a bit in the live show. But it's not debatable. And if you're making a globe claim, as was a couple of times in the pre-show from Matan even, you can point out where their globe claim also required measurements of a Earth that's flat. So yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't matter which way you describe. You can describe in Italian, in French even, but either way, you're going to describe a flat horizontal plane of reference.
And the globe is literally impossible and has never been proven or shown.
Or to take that one step further, the reified globe that's been mentally put into existence off the back of measurements of a flat Earth. So that reified sphere that people believe they are standing on cannot be proven, and paradoxically cannot exist in the first instance, therefore deemed reification, because of the way it's been measured to bring it into existence. Measuring a radial value off a flat Earth and then saying, well, that's a spherical value, doesn't make the ground spherical. Going up a mountain that you've just got the height of.
Sorry.
It's got going up a mountain that you've just got the height of, in the case of Al-Biruni, to then say the difference between my eye level and the surface level I just measured flat can be inferred to mean the ground is falling away, and with trig I can derive a radial value for that ground I just measured flat falling away. It's paradoxical in the most simplest of terms, to the point where people who talk about things like Al-Biruni's measurement of the Earth's radial value, supposed to be spherical, describe how his measurement of the height of the mountain is with respect to a horizontal plane. It can only be measured that way. Like everything's measured. It's all with respect to sea level. Everything, everywhere. That's how the world is.
Yeah, but now you're going to see a resurgence. My brother showed me a video last night. I think it was Serbia or somewhere, where all of a sudden there's a shower of rocks from space. Not just there, in various parts of the world. We have rocks falling from space.
Well, you say rocks falling from a presuppositional sky vacuum. Again, it doesn't matter what you claim is going up to or coming down from a sky vacuum. We don't have a sky vacuum.
Also, the idea that something's falling down to the earth requires it to be a flat plane as well. So, how's this helping?
It doesn't. But, you know, there's a tendency to insert things into a narrative with the claim only ever being used to affirm the consequent rather than beg the question. The beg the question of a sphere Earth or a sky vacuum in this instance is automatically assumed. So it is therefore automatically assumed that the world is a sphere and the sky is a vacuum. And then to affirm the consequent, look at these rocks coming from the sky. Now, that may or may not be the case, doesn't matter either way, because you're just going to affirm the consequent with it. Well, rocks from sky, therefore sky vacuum, Earth a sphere in a sky vacuum. So therefore you're never attacking the original premise that's assumed by all through brainwashing, through being taught as a kid that you're on a ball in a sky vacuum. That part of the affirming the consequent fallacy is automatically assumed. Therefore you only need the secondary item to affirm the consequent. And the secondary item can always take place in physical reality. It doesn't have to. You can make it up if you want, but you can just demonstrate something in physical reality. Therefore, to descend to absurdium, if Earth's a sphere in a sky vacuum, then we'll have clouds right above our heads. Check it out, clouds right above our heads. Therefore, sky a vacuum and Earth's a sphere. Well, what are you going to attack?
Nathan, you're missing it. Hold on. You're missing it.
There, bloody hell. Therefore, what are you going to attack? Let's try for a third time. Therefore, what are you going to attack? You're going to attack the Q statement. Oh, are you suggesting that there aren't any clouds? The Matan even guy did it in the pre-show. They're talking about space and travelling to it and getting pictures from it. And then when the flat earther, Stooge, challenges that, he says, are you suggesting the moon isn't real? Why? Because you affirm the consequent that the sky is a vacuum with a moon that you can travel to. So the moon's real, the Q statement, but the affirming the consequent begging the fallacies, begging the question fallacy is only complete by your automatic assumption that Earth is a sphere in a sky vacuum, affirmed by the moon. For whatever reason, because it's a sphere. No, you've only got two-dimensionality, libration aside. But that affirming the consequent fallacy is what they lean on in every single instance. So you never attack the original premise, you just assume it. And if you attack it by virtue of being a flat earther or being able to decry it like we do with the second law of thermodynamics, you'll only ever be challenged on the Q statement. Is the moon real? I'm looking at it. Well, you're saying it's not real. No, I'm saying the sky's not a vacuum for us to travel to what you think is a rock in a sky vacuum in violation of that law. Does it mean the bloody moon isn't real? No, but you've been trained well to automatically assume that which you're actually begging the question of, a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum, because that's automatically true to all your funded estimations for all you bull-believing audience members. As I've been talking about.
That was not nearly done, okay? Number one, you're missing a point. They were, small rocks, and it was a major shower. But if that was, say, the size of, I don't know, a small city, it would be devastation. The world would end, Nathan.
It's an appeal to the future fallacy.
But like Nathan said, their whole globe lie relies on uh, dogma and reification. And also, when I'm talking to these globe earthers, they like to insult. But it's funny because they say to me that clearly I don't understand physics when their entire model is an inversion of logic.
There's a lot to unpack there. They tell you don't understand physics, but physics is science. Physics is the study of the physical and natural world. Natural science, the scientific method. So when they tell you that you don't understand physics, that's projection on their part, because what they'll be claiming won't be scientific in nature. But they will say it's science. You just don't understand science, is what they're saying to you.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because there's so many points that I think that's the entire purpose of the globe model. It's a new world order, anti-logic, anti-God, a view of reality that it turns people basically into moronic zombies because they're holding um, uh, they're holding ideas that counter each other. I forget what that's called, cognitive dissonance. But it's like, you know, they're thinking that reality is something that it couldn't be, and I think that's the point.
I wanted to share with everyone my latest experience with my favorite astronaut, Don Pettit.
Sure.
So last Friday on the 24/7, the guys called 24/7 Flat Earth Debate. That is, the guys they called the ISS, and guess who answered the call? Don Pettit. It went on a long story talking about harnesses, how they using high wire in the ISS. And then he ended up by saying that someone was interrupting him, one of his colleagues, by waving his hand and jumping up and down. So I asked him, how do you jump up and down in the ISS? I asked 5 times the same question and no answer. He says he doesn't understand the question. I thought that he was debunking the notion that they were in outer space by the fact that someone is jumping up and down. But then they didn't answer any more the phone call. So yeah, a question still to be answered by Don Pettit.
I'd rather know how they presume to be in a sky vacuum when that violates natural law. I mean, if I was talking to Don Pettit and he's claimed to have been out in space on the ISS, I'd just flat out call him a liar. I'd say, why are you lying to the whole world about going out to a sky vacuum? No such thing exists. Why are you lying? That would be my first question to him. Why are you lying to the whole world?
Exactly. That's what I mean. It none of it makes any sense. It's all impossible. So how can they defend what's impossible and then think that they have the moral high ground defending the impossible?
I'll tell you why. Because they brainwashed everybody since they were children.
Yeah, that might be true, and I don't dispute that. But in the case of Don Pettit, we've got very specific. It's few and far between the people that we can actually directly point a finger at and say, you are a liar. I know you are lying. He's one of them.
Like Chris Hadfield?
Yes, he's one. Anybody that's claimed to have been to space is a liar.
Right, but what I think George was doing was using Don Pettit's own words.
Yeah, Don said he jumped up and down in the ISS, and according to their rhetoric, within the heliocentric paradigm where there are men in a sky vacuum working along geodesics in space-time invented in a pseudo-geometry by Einstein in a violation of natural law, he jumped up and down. What happened to your gravity? Well, 6 steps into a begging the question fallacy, which is why I said I wouldn't really care about his words about jumping up and down, trying to get him a gotcha in his paradigm. Your old paradigm's fake.
Up and down.
Go
I think
John.
John's got a point.
Up and down is only relative to a horizontal plane of reference.
Is that where you're going, George?
He can't.
Yeah.
I didn't spot that.
Oh,
I love it when I
come
feel
on,
dumb over these
Nathan.
things. Hold on, let's have George. Can you just explain to John what you were trying to get him a gotcha on? Because I missed it completely. I love it. I miss it every time. I love it.
Well, not only the nonsense of gravity and floating in outer space, the up and down cannot exist, but for the description of up and down, you need a baseline for that. You need a flat plane for that. How do you jump up and down? The answer should be clear. You need a starting point.
Just the mere description. Go ahead, John. Just can you expand on this so the audience understands? I understand
Nice.
now. That's why I'm smiling ear to ear.
Up and down is always in the vertical plane, and the vertical plane is always 90 degrees with respect to a horizontal plane. There are no horizontal planes on a sphere. It's nonsensical. If they were claiming, they should have been claiming, I jumped in and out. But when you say it that way, it makes no sense.
Exactly, in and out.
Yeah, that's correct.
They
Yeah.
need relativity for everything.
Yeah, but you're never going to describe it in a colloquial manner. You're right. They should lean on relativity if they're going to lean on anything, right? Yeah, I agree. But that's within their rhetoric, to be accurate within their rhetoric. But you don't tend to reference things within rhetorics. You reference things within reality, don't you? So when people, it's another tell for the lying astronauts because they don't have that frame of reference of perpetual motion round a sphere in an orbit. They don't ever achieve that. It's a lie. They've never done it. So they've got to comprehend it in a way that they reference to reality. And when they do, they leak their real reference because that's the only way to describe up and down with respect to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, even for their parabolic motion of the ISS, yeah, that's distance relative to the ground, to the surface. So how many miles above is in relationship to the surface?
All roads lead to a flat Earth.
Well,
Any description you get from your opponent that's professing to be a globe proof will start its life with its origins in a flat Earth measurement. There are no exceptions. Go on, John.
Yeah, even when you look at the ISS from a ground perspective with your eyes, let's say, or with a lens, it's way too big for the distance that they tell you it is. And also, couldn't they just turn the camera around and show the Earth, and then possibly zoom in, let's say, to the bottom and show people walking upside down and ships and cars upside down?
That is so
upside down.
2014.
But upside down.
Yeah,
Down is relative to a horizontal plane.
got it.
What would that be proving?
I caught it that time. All of these references need a flat Earth. Okay, right, we're going to get into the video. So we were doing this in the pre-show. Fun was had by all. Check it out if you remember when it gets released just after the live show ends. But this is a guy who's made its way up the YouTube ranks in next to no time by bashing OnlyFans sex workers for being stupid. So in one particular example, he challenged an OnlyFans, whatever you call them, actor, let's just say, whether or not she could read. She's like, of course I can read. He said, name 10 books. She couldn't. She kept naming movies. And the one that she named was, I think it was Lord of the Rings. And the book has got a very different title, which he happened to know. But yeah, based on that, he's been working his way through idiots of YouTube, let's just call them, influence of various different intelligence levels, mostly on the lower end of the scale. And now he's got this guy in front of him who's professing to be a flat earther, but to my estimation is only regurgitating with a feigned confidence that equals his feigned confidence about general YouTube stuff, like who PewDiePie is and various other stuff. It's all at the basic same level of confidence, which in my estimation makes me think this guy's a stooge, the guy on the left who's the flat earther. And whether or not that's relevant isn't that important. It doesn't matter if he is or if he proves to be a genuine flat earther. It doesn't make any difference to what I'm trying to use him with the idea of him being a stooge as, which is to say that what he's doing as a flat earther is regurgitating the surface puke of flat earth back at his opponent, Matan in this instance, so that they can bat off each other with very fundamental heliocentric premises in place while they debate. For example, the notion that we have a sky vacuum, which violates natural law, for people to go and take pictures from. So in the pre-show, that was one of the things we covered, them talking about whether or not they should have had more photos from the sky vacuum. More people should be up in the second law of thermodynamics violation that we think of as outer space to take pictures. Hence us discussing how, no, astronauts are liars. They claim to have been to a sky vacuum, they're liars. Anyway, we'll continue with this. Hopefully it'll generate a bit of chit-chat in the live stream chat. As always, there's a call to action. I'll stick a link in the YouTube chat now. Please let Matan even know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, we responded to your video.
I forget which one specifically, but he went up very, very high.
How many feet?
I don't know the number, to be completely honest. I don't want to like try to guess and then it'd be wrong, but
sure,
he went up to the point where he could see that it wasn't like a flatness. It wasn't a circular. It was.
Did you take pictures?
Yeah,
that
so
wasn't on a fisheye lens that distort the curvature.
So that's exactly what.
See, surface level regurgitation of flat Earth talking points. So he's gone up and he's seen Earth curve. We debunked Earth curve in 2020. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 59 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, that's what they're calling Earth curve, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by their Earth curve maths. The distance to horizon in the black swan is beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, and the horizon is not Earth curve. We have debunked it based on geometry. What's the talking point and argument on the table? He went up really high into space, took a picture of Earth curve. It wasn't flat. A curve in the horizon defined the fundamental principles of what a horizon is. No, he definitely did not. But what's the rebuttal? I had a fisheye lens. All lenses are essentially curved for a start, but it's not the argument. The argument is that he's gone up to space, and both sides of this discussion accept that. Go on, whoever that was.
He went up? No, not on a sphere. He didn't.
Every time. Brilliant. I could kiss you, John. I miss it every time. When am I going to start catching them at the outset? You want to just expand on that so the audience know what we're talking about? It's currently an in-joke.
Oh, yeah. Up is relative to sea level, a horizontal plane of reference. So when they're talking about his altitude up, it's flat Earth that you need to describe up.
I caught it. Anytime they say up and down
Is a deviation.
Up and down is the trigger word.
A deviation from. Yeah,
on, George,
it's
sorry.
a deviation from.
One more time, Rumpus.
baseline.
I'm rumpusing you so I can start with a proper start for you, George. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the up and down is a deviation from the horizontal plane.
Yeah, I just need to learn the trigger word better. I hear up and down, and I don't immediately think, hey, you'll need a flat Earth for that.
What happened? And then there's a conspiracy I'll go over after with him. He went up there. He realized that he was wrong, and at this point he was live streaming. Well, actually, no, I don't think it was live streaming. It was live streaming to his home, which was, I believe, automatically.
Oh, God, is nobody monitoring this? There's like 4 or 5 people in the room, and yet nobody's monitoring the fact that his mic is 1/8 of an inch away from him, grunting down it, while the host is about 6 inches away, talking at a normal level. So what we're hearing is. That's what we're getting to hear. Like, where's the guy who's listening to this? I managed to do it on my own with about 30 people around me. This guy's got separate mics for his guests, and we still have to listen to the idiot who's got it 1/4 of an inch away from his mouth, grunting.
Posted, I don't remember.
I find it hard to believe you don't know who PewDiePie is. The fact that you're saying that means I just think you're full of shit at this point.
Meanwhile, outer space is fake. The sky is not a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. There's no pictures coming from space. There's no moon travel. There's no Mars travel. All of the people who claim to have been there are liars. And all of the measurements and telemetry that would claim to have or to have gotten there, would have been measured off a flat plane in every respect. There you go. But let's argue about whether or not Matan knows who PewDiePie is.
Point.
Well, actually,
If you say you don't know who PewDiePie
I actually
is.
have a good one to prove whoever this guy, I don't know who he is. We were off the podcast, you asked me if I knew Sneeko. I said, I know Sneeko because
You
I know him.
Sneeko, yeah.
But I said, I don't really watch any, like, social media.
I mean, if you're on YouTube and you
I
have
think this guy
650
is a
PewDiePie,
Mossad
He went up very
agent,
high. I don't
Israeli
know.
shill.
Say again.
I think he's a Mossad agent, Israeli shill.
A Mossad agent, an Israeli shill.
Absolutely.
Okay, then. Let's just try and stick to the arguments about flat Earth, if you don't mind.
The exact mileage. He realized he was wrong. The footage was posted.
Morning, guys.
He became like the biggest clown of the week, and he ended
Okay.
up committing suicide.
So
very sadly.
Did you want to add something
Sorry,
else, Carl?
Nathan. I just said that because I do believe that that's relevant. It goes toward the point that I was making originally, that the lie is pushed by the mainstream and by the industry because it's part of the agenda and it's part of a specific New World Order agenda that goes along with, let's say, other international affairs that people could probably understand.
Really? Would it end in consortiums and groups that are controlling us and keeping us under control and influencing the
Well,
lives
of course,
through
that
social
kind of
media,
thing,
things like that? Yeah. Can you-
yeah, and also like, for example, what's going on in Palestine today.
Okay. The problem with this, though, Kyle, no offense, is we can't provide cast iron proof for any of it. It's speculation and about motivation for why we've been lied to. Now, in a very general way, I can say, like all of this type of information, or indoctrination, I should say, it's done to control us. But that's obvious. Most people can realise that these things have been put in place. Doesn't matter which subject matter we're in politically, flat Earth or Palestine. They're done to control us. And I can leave it at that because in the last month, I've been banging a drum that says, stick to things we can prove beyond all doubt. Now, from a YouTube perspective, this is actually a bit counterproductive because there's less glitz, less glamour, less speculation, less excitement. When I say, yeah, we've already mapped it flat, here's an example. Here's the new world. Here's an older map that didn't have it on. Both are flat. Both are using a system that's come from the stars that's flat. Here's how it works, flat. Here's how the globe used that flat system to make their globe. None of it's particularly exciting once you know it. Now, if you haven't heard that before, you are going to have a brown trousers moment when you hear that stuff. Yeah? If you have let Matan know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and he came and listened to this, he would, let's not be crude about it, he would be surprised, let's just say. But once you know what the world is, that's it. Yeah? Most people who've come along a conspiratorial path to this subject want more than that. The excitement that was offered to them on the plate that is flat Earth was, at the time it was presented at least, a dish that was conspiratorial in nature, that had a lot of potential because it's breaking an established paradigm that you thought was true when you found the information out. But that means that there's a taste for more conspiracy moving forward. Now, our counterparts in flat Earth have offered up stuff like ether and free energy, and there's various other examples that work outside the paradigm of a globe Earth, but essentially offer up a similar level of fantasy, if I'm honest. When it comes to things like Palestine or the media propagandized information that we are trained to do certain things with as a society, we can, when we go down those rabbit holes, offer quite a lot of credence to those suggestions, but it's not cast iron proof. Maps that show where the world has expanded out as a flat territory, there's no ambiguity there. And I don't look like a conspiratard when I say it. So, as much as I do want to discuss this, I don't want to do it on a flat Earth show because I want to train my audience, limited in numbers that they will be, because some of them won't like the fact I'm not offering them fantasy or offering them explanations for some of the crazy other shit that goes on in the world, like we're attempting to do in this discussion, Kyle.
Right, Nathan, and
What?
please excuse me. It's just I want to point that out because if you follow conspiracies like many do, and which brought me to this specific one, flat Earth, and you learn about the New World Order, you learn about also international power consolidation, and let's say the historic Havara Agreement that led to the modern political geographic situation there, and important. People have alluded to the overt American Israeli influence of also Mossad's uh, to do with 9/11, Jewish media consolidation, Bolsheviks in Russia and China,
Come
etc.
on,
I
come
think it's just
on.
worth it
Now you're
to
dealing
point
in
it out.
politics here.
Look, this is something that we did. Just I went through this. If you go back and listen to the interviews I did, Neil, back in whatever it was, 2015, 2016, you'll listen to me asking people about this stuff, and they'll give me their research, like Kyle's very dutifully doing, and he sees that it's connected. He's given it in a geographical context, so he can try and tie it to the subject, and I commend him for doing so. But when I've literally just given my spiel about how we have walked, me too, by the way, Kyle, I got here through conspiracy too, as did almost all of us. I'm just trying to stop the people who have come along a conspiratorial path from then taking a subject that is what is about the earth and turning it into conspiracy when it doesn't need to be. Now, I understand that those are interesting talking points that might satisfy in a different forum people's yearning to know why they've been lied to. Once they know, and I want that to be my part, once they know there is no doubt in their mind that Earth is measured flat and that the sky is not a vacuum, once they understand that implicitly, they may want to go to a different forum and go, why the hell were we lied to on this scale? Now, I've already given them the answer to keep you well and truly under control. But if you need that expanding on, you might then get into the geopolitical arguments and so forth that you want to get into the wrangle dangle of now, or at least air it, which I hope you feel I haven't stopped you from doing, or at least tried to connect it to flat Earth, or give you the opportunity to do so, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're
I
totally
would like
spot
to
on.
say,
People want more of an extrapolated idea to, for like you said, quote unquote, why the lie, and I think that that's 100% and perfectly fits the reason for the lie. It propagates their power, their movements of power, like you said, Nathan, and they have big agendas that they want to accomplish, from gaining geographic territory to gaining mental territory in people's minds, and that's why they need to keep pushing this lie, and that's why they will not drop this lie, and they will keep going with it till the end.
Yeah, and my advice again, if people were to push me, I would say turn your back on liars. Once you appreciate that they're lying to you, like with NASA. Now we are discussing it third hand because Matan's discussing it with his stooge flat Earth guest. Well, when he's discussing it, we can comment on their views on NASA, but we personally aren't pitchforks and torches at NASA's door asking them why they've lied to us. Because you know what liars do when you do that? They try and convince you with more lies. It's idiotic. You know, you need to, or at least I feel my audience need to appreciate that once you establish someone's a liar, you have to turn your back on them.
We could just sit back and point out how very
Exactly.
quietly in the back rooms in their documents, they're pointing out how they use the earth as flat and non-rotational as well.
well, and there's also putting it in the um, the mind's eye of the person you're talking to, that it is that everyone's lying to them about the nature of Earth, makes them want to go to motive. Don't take them there. Tell them why they're wrong, and then they can do whatever they want to after that. They can assume motive. They can do all that. That's their problem at that point, once they know that they're wrong.
I see the point you're trying to make, and I agree with you. I also just think that if you're trying, let's say, if you find it important to try and wake other people up to facts and truth, sometimes having that information is good. It's like, why the lie? Political gain.
Yeah, it's just not something I want to do. You know, imagine a scenario where you've got a husband and wife, and you're a police officer explaining to the wife that the husband isn't where he said he was. So, as far as the wife is concerned, the husband's been at the gym from 6 p.m. till midnight. That's where he's been. Now, the police officer comes along and shows images of him travelling along the motorway and then going into a industrial complex and disappearing till about 11 o'clock, coming out of the industrial complex in his tracked, AMPR tracked car all the way back home again, with images of him coming out of the industrial complex. So the policeman shows the wife the images, and the wife turns around to the policeman and goes, "Why would he have lied to me?" And the policeman goes, "I don't know. He wasn't here. He wasn't at the gym. You think he was at the gym. That's all I need. Thanks for your time." No. Come back. Why would he be lying to me? Why did he tell me he was at the gym? I don't know, but I can prove he wasn't. Do you understand now? He wasn't at the gym. Here he is not being at the gym. Do you understand? Yes. But I refuse to accept it until you tell me why he wasn't at the gym. No, madam, I've got better things to do. But what about the geopolitical circumstances in the building that he went? I don't care. He wasn't at the gym. That's it. That's the end of my part here. It's not a globe. It's measured flat. Why would they lie? Why would they make rockets? I don't care. It's measured flat. Here's the measurements of it being flat used to claim it's a globe. What do you want from me? I want you to tell me why millions of people would lie to me. I didn't say they were, and I don't care that you now believe that they are or think that that needs investigation. I couldn't care less. It is just measured flat. Once the person that wants to brace against that for every reason under the sun, including every little bit of crap that they can take apart in your, no offense, Kyle, explanations for motive, because that's what they will focus on. Oh, no, you're wrong about the geopolitical situation in Palestine, Kyle. Sorry, why are we deviating away from the fact that it's measured flat and definitely not globe-shaped? Because you've got a motivational discussion to have about Palestine? Because that's easier, isn't it, than just accepting the absolute stone-cold fact that Earth is measured flat. If we can just skirt around that to a geopolitical issue, I don't have to cope with it anymore. Sod that. I then have to give them comfort for motivations that they seem to think I've got a responsibility to explain. And I don't. I know it's flat. That's it. As a flat earther, that's, for me, that's the end. I don't need to do anything else. Why did they lie? I don't care. You figure that out. I turned my back on those lies a long time ago. I turned off the TV when I was 16 and got rid of my TV license, as we have to have in the UK. Dealt with all the stupid bailiffs when I was 16 years old, coming around to my house and told them to sod off, showed them I hadn't got a telly, and I haven't had one since because I don't like the lies. Most people want explanations because they're so hopelessly dependent on the lies. They feel I've got a duty of care to explain them to them when they find out that they've been lied to. Nah, just drum home the truth. What's the reality? It's flat. Go on.
Yeah, I definitely see that too.
I should do a bit more on Matan. Is there any more comments on this before I do actually play the video and someone interrupts it immediately? Nope.
There are weather balloons that go up.
He didn't use a weather balloon.
Well, there are weather balloons that have gone up 100,000 feet, well above the stratosphere. Didn't see the curve.
Strato what now? Again, your heliocentric bias is leaking out of you, stooge.
The Red Bull guy jumped from hundreds of thousands of miles in the air.
Oh, the guy who did the jump?
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of miles in the air. Come again?
Yeah, he might have OD'd there.
Yeah, I think your surface puke regurgitation needs a bit of work, stooge.
Yeah, that was proven to be fisheye lens, so that was flat.
So what? The horizon's not an Earth curve. It was debunked in 2020, and the sky is not a vacuum.
Okay. Nathan, did he say they sent weather balloons up?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Got to get the line in, Neil. You've got to get the line in.
In reference to what? What was he referencing up? I think he's going to need a flat Earth for that too, because there is no up and down on a sphere.
Right, he's going to need a flat Earth for this description.
This is more just like almost like a rhetorical one, so I apologize.
Sure.
But,
Yeah.
you know, how can the Earth be flat if the scientists say if it was, we'd be flat as a pancake, according to George Armstrong, brother of Armstrong?
How can it be flat because scientists say we'd be flat as a pancake? How is that even a question? That's not even a coherent question, is it? Okay.
No.
In spite of it being utterly incoherent, I mean, what do we expect? But it's utterly incoherent. But I'll try and unpack it anyway. Scientists saying is nonsensical. Science is a method of establishing cause and effect by way of suppositional statements called hypotheses, actualized by experiment. That's the scientific method. That's what, if you want to call them scientists, do if they're doing science. As for what they say, I wouldn't give it any credence when a scientist says that if the world was flat, we'd be flat as a pancake.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in gravity, so that's why I think that's bullcrap.
So is it that prior to this, you both conversed about the Vsauce video where Vsauce suggested that there'd be a gravitational pull at a greater extremity on a flat disk as you went out to the outside edge of it? Because even though you had a nonsensical question, you both seem to have managed to arrive at the same point of discussion based on that nonsensical question. Ergo, this is a completely staged event. There is no way on God's green earth any two people who are unrelated and having a debate would have landed on the Vsauce explanation based on scientists say that if the earth was flat, we'd be flat as a pancake. How did he get to, the stooge, the Vsauce explanation of gravity from that? Unless they're in cahoots.
And you just think he was making it up?
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, relative density, like I said.
What do you believe is relative density?
Like I told you,
Nathan,
certain things have.
Go ahead.
Yes, I definitely agree with what you're saying, and that's sort of why I alluded to my point earlier. I think this is completely contrived, and I think it's part of the agenda, as part of the bigger agenda, which goes into media control and spreading these lies, but also that they're talking about belief, right? And it's not about belief, it's about what we can prove and what we can see and what we can show. And people really appeal to emotion and belief.
Yeah, spot on.
The density that causes them to either go to the ground or rise.
Relative density doesn't cause anything, right? It's a description. And a description of relative density isn't a description of anything happening at all. So if you were to describe, by virtue of this explanation in name only, for disequilibrium, then you could describe the relative density to explain the disequilibrium of an item. For example, a helium balloon going upwards. That's a disequilibrium in relative density. You've ascribed, because you're a surface puke regurgitating stooge, that relative density is a causal description. It's absolutely pathetic. But the way he's delivering these half pieces of information with such confidence makes me know in no uncertain terms that he's just rehearsed this after researching the surface puke. Otherwise, you don't have this confidence. It's just an act.
Rise into the air.
But
that's why balloons can go into the air.
Well, that's why I explained, the sun, pulls it up, and then when there's no sun, it goes back down.
I don't think that's how it works. If we're talking
I'm
about...
not a liar. I'm not lying.
If we're talking about... It is a lie.
How about lying? It's incomprehensible nonsense. Go
They invoke rising and falling, and they're associating what they're talking about having to do with what we observe of rising and falling, which is relative to a flat plane. Why is gravity being mentioned? That's what holds them to a sphere.
Yeah, it's a continued invocation of a flat plane description.
Yeah, they use water as the standard.
My man, put it there, brother. My man, he's telling it like it is. What do you think, Vecna?
Well, he's the moderator, so I don't think he wants to comment.
Yeah. Does he have psychic powers? Is he brainwashing me right now? Is he on Netflix? He looks like Vecna. Look at him. He's doing.
This is the.
Ugh. Again, we'll skip past the bit that's appealing to the ADHD crowd that's watching this.
The round earth demons, right? Crazy people. Yeah, Vecna sees that. It's over. Okay, because you Googled, now I get to get one Google. Thanks. Yes, exactly. It's a projection.
You believe that too?
I think that's probably more likely than what they say.
So how are they, like the Truman Show projection?
Yeah, something like that. Possibly.
Or the Truman Show's the real life?
That's right. It's a clue to the realness.
Do you believe?
Do you see what I mean about the stoogey confidence in this total nonsense? It's just, like I say, a regurgitation of a surface level talking point that's been taken from Flat Earth, the mainstream version of what they want you to believe Flat Earth is. But he's got this kind of assurance in what he's saying that he's not about to be made to look like a total idiot with what he's saying, because he already knows where this is going by the sounds of things.
Believe that the one you mentioned earlier?
That it is a projection?
I'm saying, do you believe it's a clue? The Truman Show is.
That's someone on my panel. Go ahead.
Yeah,
also,
I was going to say,
Nathan,
it seems that the.
John, then Kyle.
Thank you. Thanks. I just want to say real quick about the continuity in the movies. Movies are not really made to entertain us. They're more to make us apathetic and also to push these agenda lies. And I'm just seeing the continuity here from, let's say, Warner Bro. Pictures, where they push, let's say, flat Earth or sorry, globe Earth, hidden, but also now it's people don't really watch movies anymore. They watch social media, and here's the new kind of influence, and it expands to, let's say, the Palestine conflict. Thanks.
What I was going to say, not to take away from what you just said, sir, but the glober in this situation seems extremely desperate for the flat earther to make a claim about what the stars are. And that's what this is. I believe this is about. He needs that false starting so he can stack it up and destroy the flat earther.
Like a clue.
I mean, that's what some people that are more unhinged than me say. That are more unhinged.
You're admitting you guys are a little bit crazy.
I mean, I'm a little crazy, but everybody's a little crazy. Look at this guy; he's crazy, right? This guy's a little crazy.
Again, no genuine flat earther is going to be admitting to being crazy. Well, what the hell's going on? He's playing a stereotype of a flat earther, isn't he? Yeah. This isn't normal behavior. Yeah, I'm a little crazy. No, I don't think I am. No. Why would you say that?
It's a mockery of how low the common mind has fallen.
One more time, Billy Philly.
Also, a little.
I think I heard
A little
you.
off topic.
Hold on, Kyle. Go again, Billy Philly.
Yeah, I was just saying this is basically a mockery of how low the common mind has fallen.
Go on, Kyle.
Because anybody that looks at this and takes it seriously, they're obviously not paying attention to anything around them. So
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, what I want to say is, I've been on some live streams before, and it's about flat Earth, and I've never really, other than the planned ones with, for example, FTFE, I've never seen people passionately and intelligently defend the globe model, but I've always seen uh, so many people passionately and intelligently defend a flat model.
What about model?
Or awareness.
Crazy round, crazy round.
If you're round Earth, you're even crazier. Vecna's just he's got a great jawline though. Look at that projection.
No, I watched it, but a long
Okay.
time ago. What did they do? They put like a fake moon, or it's just like actually just like?
I think it was a projection that illuminated.
Fake sky.
Yeah, it's a fake sky inside. You've heard of the angel thing?
Oh,
Yes. Do you know
here we
Admiral
go, here
Byrd?
we
Did you
go.
hear about? Yes.
Crazy, crazy
He went to the
guy.
South Pole. He went to the.
So here we go again. Another mainstream narrative surface regurgitation of what flat earthers should be parroting. So now we should be talking about the 2017 conspiratorial crap that got us here, which is Admiral Byrd and the ice wall. No, the way that we have charted and mapped the world is flat. And we can show how we had new worlds added to the charted flat world that we knew at that time. And with some of us living on them, it's an easy digest for anybody who's going to understand how the world was mapped and charted and navigated flat, expanding into new territories we call new worlds. And furthermore, at the time they were discovered in outer space, the area beyond the horizon, where the new worlds were discovered. Facts. None of which is contentious, none of which is debatable, all of which is easy to prove. But what should we, the numpty numbskulls that have come along this flat earth path that this stooge is portraying? Well, we need to talk about Admiral Byrd. Do we? Why? Because he went out into an area that would leave us speculating about this potential to find new worlds, when we've already found them on a flat charted map. Now, I'm pretty sure I'd rather focus on the actual expansion of our known world to date, because that proves we're on a flat plane, because that's how it's mapped and charted and navigated and discovered. And I don't have to speculate about anything. But this narrative is the one that leaves the most bitter taste in my mouth when people tell me about how interesting it is to be looking at Antarctica. No, it isn't. If it's actually that interesting, go down there. Get whatever permits are actually required to go down there and go down there. That's how interesting it is. Go down there. Meanwhile, if you're trying to prove that the Earth is flat with it, then just show how the Earth was charted flat. It's far easier to convince somebody with something that is an absolute stone-cold fact than this speculation about what Admiral Byrd may or may not have found in some speculated about territory that's massively lied about.
He went to the South Pole.
Real guy, really crazy.
Let's tell the story. Admiral Byrd in the 1940s went to the South Pole.
Okay.
He went past the ice wall or whatever it is they say. And he said,
Well, just real quick,
now hang on, let me finish my thought because I don't want to get distracted. This is an important thought.
Why are you doing that?
So the point is this. He said that there are fertile lands beyond the South Pole and that he predicts that in the future, there would be global conflict
Global conflict from Admiral Byrd in the South Pole, where you've never been, where we all speculate about. Earth's measured flat. That's how it was charted. That's all the maps show the new worlds out in outer space discovered in our recent history. Maybe you're living on one of them. Who knows? Meanwhile, that's how the world was charted and mapped and navigated flat. And that's how it's still charted and navigated to this day. That's how we use the maps, because that's how the world is navigated, with the stars that created the systems that make the maps flat. Earth is flat. There was Nathan Oakley, 1980, proving that Earth is flat, while this stooge speculates about Antarctica. Which would you prefer you went forward for in a bar discussion? Which is less likely to get your head knocked off in a heated debate? Me telling you for a fact that the world was charted flat. Here's a proof. Here's a map without any new worlds on it. New worlds, you familiar with the term? Here's a map flat, with the system flat, of the stars charted flat, with a new world on it, and a description of the man who found it out in outer space beyond the horizon. What's that? You think the soil in the sky in a vacuum? Now that's a violation of natural law. Meanwhile, easily documented, Earth was measured flat. No need for speculation, no need to look like a numpty, and no need to get your jaw broken in a bar fight because somebody says, you're an idiot, flat earther. We've been to space. We've got pictures on camera phones.
Acquire these resources, oil, you name it, whatever it is. So he said...
See, part of the story. If you haven't got oil or free energy or resources coming from Antarctica, they're going to be coming from a sky vacuum where ether energy is going to provide the world with free energy. Speculation, nonsense, garbage. Why are we doing this as flat earthers? Why? Well, because Stooge Man has told now a whole generation of 16-year-olds watching Matan that this is the way you might want to be best served arguing for a flat Earth. He seems to be quite confident he's doing quite well.
This.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And have we gone to the South Pole and fought for the resources? We have not. And now
we have been to the New Worlds and then colonized them. Flat.
I'm not done. We haven't gone to the South Pole.
No, but we have found the New Worlds, and we charted them and found them flat and used systems of navigation to go out and discover them flat. And when we found our way back with the stars on a flat Earth. So I'm pretty sure that I've just stacked up a whole load of chips that proves Earth's flat, and while we're left with this numpty stooge telling us to speculate about an area that Admiral Byrd apparently has got loads of oil. Ooh, sounds like there could be money to be made.
And there's a treaty that says no one can own the South Pole.
Okay.
Why is there a treaty that says no one can own the South Pole?
Real quick.
No, I'm not done. Okay. America, you know the joke about America? If there's oil, America will be there, right? If there's oil.
So let's not focus on New Worlds. Let's focus on the potential for oil. And we all know how much oil makes people. So let's worry about arguments about Antarctica rather than proving Earth's flat. This here is a chef. Now, he might not be the top chef. He might just be the sous chef. But he's slicing and dicing up the ingredients for the feast of nonsense. Here it is on display. This is how we collectively got here. Through this. Now, I appreciate this has come out in the last 24 hours, 18 hours ago. But this is the path. This is what this shows us. How did we all become conspiratard idiots not proving the Earth's flat, being laughed at and humiliated by 16-year-olds? This is how. Because your talking points come from stooges who tell you to argue about Admiral Byrd, about whether or not we've got pictures from sky vacuums. That's what you're being fed. So this is the Flat Earth Talking Points 2023. Stops here as far as I'm concerned. Just prove it's flat. Because that's how it's measured. Why speculate about this garbage? Because it'll make you look like a numpty, and that's exactly what they want.
Oil, America will find you and they'll kill you and take your oil. Now,
I'm surprised that Rabbi agrees
America,
as the death cell. Now we're introducing this fantasy. Suddenly it's the adrenaline rush of riches and new lands, followed up by the death cell.
After World War II was
going in for the full shebango.
The most powerful country on the planet. If they wanted that oil, they could have gotten it. Now,
why is he still using global language? Because he's a stooge.
Why didn't they get the oil?
You gotta let me respond. So
now you respond.
Essentially, my response, I do know about Admiral Byrd when I was doing research.
Yes.
You gotta let me respond. Why? I'm in the middle of making a fantastic point. Shut your mouth and listen. Earth's measured flat. Of course, that's not the point that this stooge is arguing, so he's more than happy to put his hands in front of the desk in the most confident manner and let his opponent interrupt when what, he's on a roll? Why? Was this point not worthy of an ending? Just completely concede immediately, you total stooge. Yeah, you wouldn't be doing that to me, Matan. I'd be telling you how it is. Earth's measured flat. Do you want to know how it's measured flat? Well, with elevation angle. If I just interrupt, now you can shut your little mouth.
To be clear, I know you're going to say this is a lie. He never mentioned the ice wall. The word
no,
ice
he
wall,
didn't. No.
But let's make sure we mention it several more times so everyone knows that this is a very, very legit talking point. Earth's measured flat, navigated flat, charted flat. We've discovered the world as a flat territory. It's how it's mapped. It's how it's navigated. It's how it's used to this day. Is that you want to interrupt?
But he went beyond the south. He went to the
never
south
mentioned
pole.
going beyond an ice wall.
But he went.
See, this is all this argument will take us to now. Non-stop speculation about ice walls. Because this is a nowhere subject. Where a flat earther can just be taken into the speculation and how it falls apart. Spin on.
Possessions.
Okay.
I'm saying so. This is never. He's never talked about it. There's no videos of Admiral Byrd. It was just a notebook of an old guy who died.
Okay.
So found by his son.
Okay.
And he claimed the ground opened up from underneath him. There was a huge glimmering city. Okay. He was, and then they took him. I don't know if he said what type of transportation. They took him to the guy named the Master. You heard about that one or not?
The Master. The
word
master.
for word. This is what he said. He
Okay,
said the
keep going,
master.
keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He said they took him to the master.
Okay.
And the master said he was disappointed in the humans. Because we can either believe this really
Yeah, that's all I'm thinking, Chocolate. We'll see where it goes.
crazy guy.
Okay, that's not fair. That's not fair.
Crazy.
That's a fallacious
He's a very
argument.
crazy.
Matan, you know that's a fallacy.
You can't.
Again, it seems like he's gleaned this stuff from how people talk in flat Earth circles. And just like, oh no, he's just told you a little story that didn't have an ending. Made no sense.
Okay, so
what's the fallacy? Did he identify it? Of course he didn't.
Oh, so you're saying that he's crazy.
On both of our behalf, I'll Google it, okay?
You will Google it, and it's I believe it's BIRD, BYRD, whatever. You can. The ground opened up. That's the first one. Never.
Lots of suggestions that when you find this information out and it's vague, that the best thing to do is Google it. That's been dropped in about 6 times so far. Not just Google it. Why?
So the
Heard of that one?
does the mental competency of Admiral Byrd have anything to do with the surface you're standing on? At this point, it's so far past the topic, it's laughable.
That's how we all got here, though, isn't it? Did you not see that when you were... I know you came here via the Black Swan, but ultimately speaking, did you not appreciate while you were on that road, even though you may not have realised you were on a road at all, that's how the argument was structured for flat earthers that you were opposing? That is to say that they came up with garbage nonsense about things like ice walls that you could just laugh at.
Well, right, yeah, and I laughed at it. But when I heard it, I just laughed at it and made fun of it. And that's why I was a baller for so long, because what evidence is he given?
None. I've had to interject in between each garbage stooge regurgitation and point out that Earth's measured flat, while he gives you the general 2014 talking points and regurgitates how global things are.
What's happening with your thing? It's not a bomb, is it? Okay.
All right, here we go. We can probably just cut this out if you want, but this is from the history, 12.6 million on the YouTube.
Well, let me see this. What's the title? Let me see the title.
Ancient aliens, crystal city discovered under Antarctica.
Okay, we can't watch.
This is Hollow Earth. Yeah, this was pumped in about 2014 when I first got here as well. So this seems like a little bit of a gateway show for a load of numpties, because the flat earther's not getting humiliated, is he? This isn't a moment where Matan has got his OnlyFans bimbo being asked if they can read 10 book titles off to him. The flat earther's actually being portrayed as his equal, isn't he? Would you not agree? Therefore, these talking points, feast of nonsense in nature, are being legitimized, along with, make sure you Google search it.
That's the whole thing.
Speaking from a point of ignorance, I agree with you, Nathan. But also, I think that potentially he might be honest, and I think maybe he's doing a good job for someone who hasn't looked into it in depth.
Then he'd be less confident.
Yeah, but what are you talking? If you haven't looked into it, where you can know what the heck you're talking about, what are you bothering for? Unless the whole thing is staged, like Nathan says.
Or maybe it's just someone that Matan trusts, and he's the best that they have.
Yeah, as a researcher, to regurgitate the talking points.
I guess turn
and
it
he's
off.
confident
Just
because
turn
he's dumb.
Go again?
He's confident because maybe he's dumb, or maybe he's just trying to make content.
I don't know. I don't necessarily wanted this to be, as I disclaimed, the focus. The focus is, what are the talking points? What do they represent? The talking points that I gleaned when I scanned through this last night were all feast of nonsense, presented in the fashion that I suspected it would be. I also suspected, last night he was a stooge. So I thought it'd be interesting to see how this comes across. So as much as this isn't 100% fresh to me, it's still as fresh as it needs to be for me to react on the spot. You know what I mean? And go, yeah, I'll see it as I call it. This doesn't seem right. Who's got their mic off in G+?
I wanted to say something. I think it's good.
Just open your mic in the middle of my sentence, I would, Neil. Thanks. Go ahead.
Forget it, Nathan. Go ahead. Continue on.
Just carry on. You don't do that either. That's even more irritating. and then top the list with leaving totally dead air. Thanks, Neil. You've managed the hat trick.
No, I didn't make it up now, to be clear.
I didn't watch it, and I don't feel like watching it.
No,
I will watch it on my own time. I'll watch it on my own
but
time.
I'm saying, I didn't make it up on the top of my head, the glimmering crystal city.
Yeah, but I've never heard it attributed. I've never heard it attributed to Joseph Bird. I've never.
Well, I don't know what research you're doing. I'm telling you from my completely unbiased. I watched
the research that it sounds like you both did together.
The Flat Earth Dave. I watched the History Channel. I read the Admiral Bird.
History Channel's fucking full of shit.
Okay, but that's besides the point. I'm just saying I took every perspective in. This is like
fair. You know what?
This is an
You're right.
understood thing.
You're
He
correct.
did go to the Glimmering City and meet with the Master, who's like an alien guy.
Did we go and meet aliens out at the ice wall inside Earth? What the hell? Yeah, we measured it and mapped it and charted it flat, and I can easily demonstrate that. Beeston nonsense.
Disappointed with the humans. So I never even read that somebody thought it was owned by the Rothschilds. I think that's more of like,
That's a theory. That's a theory.
It's like a small segment. More people believe it was like aliens. That's why it was in the title.
I've never heard of that theory. Not a lot of flat earthers believe that it's aliens.
Well,
that's a bit of a straw man, to be honest.
You don't believe in aliens?
I don't believe in aliens either. Fake liars, globe head demons, right? Hey.
Man, this is so wrong on so many levels. Anyway, aliens. What, little green men from a sky vacuum? Yeah, same reasons as before. You can't have little green men coming from a sky vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill that space, in line with entropic law. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It's dispersion. Yeah, got a whole list of professors all saying the same thing. Yeah, gas fills vacuums. That's what it does.
So that doesn't really... That's not really an argument against the point. You're just saying that he's crazy. You're making up a story and you're saying he's crazy.
Well,
but
I didn't make up any story.
From his words that I read, he said that...
Where did you read this?
Oh, well, it actually was a video. I listened to it.
And who made the video? Crazy
no one
guy
made
number two?
Nobody made the video. It was black and white footage directly from him. But
oh, it was him talking?
I believe it was him talking. It's either him talking or...
Okay.
I haven't seen it in so
Fair
long.
enough. I'm going to just
Whatever,
give you a
let's move on.
I'm just going to give you a
But the
rebuttal.
point is, it's an...
Why
it's
exactly...
an
Oh my God.
Yeah, point of contention, Nathan. For his sky vacuum value in Tor, you're going to need a flat plane for that. Sea level.
So to describe the sky as a vacuum, you need a horizontal plane to describe that vacuum from, because it's described as the vacuum with respect to sea level. Yeah, they do. They gradiate out vacuums. Not a lot of people know that. It's described as a vacuum from sea level. Did you know that? When you have the vacuum scale, arbitrary, it's just us inventing a scale. But that scale starts at sea level in the globe Earth paradigm. That's where the vacuum begins. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. It starts at 14.7 psi at sea level. So you're going to need that level plane.
But that's how they remove the goalposts. Okay, we haven't discussed this before, I don't think, on the show. We often discuss how they move gravity goalposts from 0 to 1 g when you're sat doing nothing and 0 is falling. But this is another way of moving the goalposts in a similar vein. So you describe the scale of vacuum starting at 14.7 at sea level, as George has just pointed out. That is the start of the vacuum if in NASA's descriptions. Where does the vacuum begin? So when they say, oh, you say you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Well, what about the gradient? Well, it's just gradiated pressure. There is no real vacuum. It's just a lack of pressure. So then if you take that back to NASA's rhetoric, where does the vacuum begin according to them? At sea level. Well, normally, on previous shows, if we had discussed this, although we haven't, this is fresh to this show, we wouldn't have said at sea level, you're going to need a flat earth for that. Lamborghini flies by, cutting all the legs off everybody as it does. Because this is a flat earth proof, right? It's at its heart, the vacuum starts at sea level. Well, then you're going to be describing it from sea level. That's a flat earth. No, we'd have gone, right. So they say the sky is a vacuum and the vacuum starts at sea level so they can move the goalposts. Nah, let them move the goalposts. So you'll need a flat earth for that, right, George?
Indeed, it's a measurement. Anyone can repeat this at sea level, 14.7 psi. Give or take.
Yeah, that's where NASA say the vacuum begins. That's the beginning of the vacuum.
Interesting. It's just interesting
Here's the
to me.
question.
It's
Why
just interesting to
exactly
me.
would you trust the Admiral Byrd over every single person in the world with an IQ over 5?
IQ over 5. Okay, so
if you had an IQ over 5, you'd understand how gas behavior would dictate that the sky couldn't be a vacuum then, Eaton, right? Matan.
I'm not saying that they could be telling the truth, but they don't know they're telling someone else's lies.
Again, this appeal to who's lying. No. Demonstrate what is true and infer their lies afterwards if you choose to do so. And I'm not talking to the flat earther, I'm talking to the Matan guy. You can decide whether or not you concern yourself with who might be lying. The sky isn't a vacuum. Oh no, why would they make rockets? Couldn't give a shit. Oh no, why would 10 million NASA employees lie? Couldn't give a shit. Did I say they were? Why are you listening? I haven't told me nothing. I'm not listening to NASA employees. Nobody's telling me anything from NASA. Oh, what's that? You still watching those little schoolboy voyages to the moon on the telly? Yeah? Watching your little NASA clips? Science at NASA? Yeah, it's for the kiddies. I don't watch that crap, so NASA aren't telling me anything. So I don't need to ask NASA why they've lied to me. You do. So you go and bugger off and ask them why they've lied to you and see what they say. See how quickly they incorporate your dumbass back into their fold. Because you can't be above the 5% IQ people who think that sky vacuums can be real. Yeah, it's for the children. That's what this is, really. Whoever orchestrated this complete charade has got a 16-year-old child mocking globe believers, because that's really all this is about. The people who control you love to mock you. And a 16-year-old's calling you dumb if you don't understand how Earth's spherical, because you're dumb, you're a low IQ individual. Meanwhile, gas-filled space, it's a law of nature. People with a high IQ understand that? No, I don't think IQ has anything to do with it. Just an appreciation of the reality that you live in, based on a description that you've been lied to your whole life, that you have decided flat earthers are in defiance of and therefore need to give you answers that your paradigms use to brainwash you with. I don't need to do any of this. I don't need to divine the motivation of anybody. I don't need to prove that people are lying. I just need to show how Earth is measured. Because as soon as you understand that, your concerns are your own. I don't care. Go out and find out who's lying to you. Wow, that's a really, really worthy endeavour. I applaud you for finding out why they lied.
Is possibly. But I mean, he really has no reason to lie. No one ever talks about it, but he has no reason to lie.
Schizophrenic has no reason to lie, but they're not lying. They're just really crazy.
Well, I mean, just calling people crazy, that's gaslighting. It's not really an argument.
Crazy is like a real term to us.
It's not gaslighting. Gaslighting is a term coined by psychologists when describing an aspect of psychopathy, which is to say that in the movie Gaslight, the perpetrator of the mental torture of his own wife was to make her think she was going insane. And the way he did it was telling her that he'd turned off all the lights in the house, only to sneak around after he'd claimed to have left the building, turning them all back on again. So she walked around the house, it looked like the lights were coming on and she didn't know what was going on. And that was making her believe she was going insane. That's gaslighting. Saying somebody's crazy isn't gaslighting. That's just calling somebody crazy. Making somebody believe they're crazy by doing actions that they are unaware of. Making them think they're insane. No, love. No. You didn't leave the glasses on the table exactly where you thought you left them. Aside to the audience, I moved them into a different spot and have been doing it for weeks. Yeah, that's gaslighting. You are just an idiot stooge surface regurgitator.
Associate to people.
Yeah, I suppose so,
Nathan,
but it's not.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, Nathan. I just wanted to make a point. I'm glad that you touched on it, and also you said something that really rings with me too. It doesn't matter in the end. That's what you said, and I agree. But also, what you touched on was how the guy said that, oh, if you have an IQ above 5, then you know this, and then he lies, right? And then he says something stupid, right? And that happens to me all the time when I'm talking to globies. Like, they'll tell me that I'm dumb for thinking the truth and for thinking facts when they think they're smart, and they think on average smart people will know the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like anti-physics, let's say.
Right.
It's not a sufficient argument to say Admiral Byrd is not crazy.
Admiral Byrd is a
He's a
crazy
totally
manic
normal
monster.
guy.
He's a crazy manic monster.
Okay, all right.
He is not honest. He's that I'm wrong, or you think I'm making it up?
I mean, you're making it up. It's obviously it's a show. This is all a show, and we got my so-called partner over here. No,
embedded confession.
We're having a good time. Monkey, we're having it's a show.
I'm talking about the flat.
The point is, I don't know. I don't really believe a lot of what you're saying.
Okay, so what do you believe? You think that I'm wrong, or you think I'm making it up?
I mean, you're making it up. It's obviously it's a show. This is all a show, and we got my so-called partner over here. No, we're having a good time. Monkey, we're having a yeah. Either way, let's be honest. Then Earth sucks right now. America sucks. Everything is going to shit.
Too many liberals.
Well, possibly, yes. Whatever. It sucks. And if there was another place we could go to get away from here, I think that a lot of us would want to go there.
The ice wall.
Yeah, beyond the ice wall. Let's just assume.
So he's offering up the same sort of fantasy that the globe offers up, but with the juxtaposition of ice wall. So when I say this is Feast of Nonsense 101, I'm absolutely correct because of his juxtaposition he just made. So he's talking about getting away from places. In the heliocentric model, it's going out to soil in the sky, rocks in the sky that you can land on. In his rhetoric, he's just dished it out by false dichotomy, or whatever you want to call it. No, we've got this place we can escape the crappy world that we live in. To the ice wall. Fantasy. And it juxtaposes heliocentrism beautifully.
So that's what it is, heliocentrists. They want to fly to other planets, and this supposed flat earther wants to go beyond the ice wall. That checks out really good.
It's just exactly what we all got hints of when we arrived here, or when I arrived here 10 years ago. There was hints of this dropped everywhere. This is so pre-packaged. It's so focused, and the delivery is just off in terms of confidence. It's wrong. So, he's just given an embedded confession with a heavy edit straight afterwards, where he goes on about how this is just a show with this so-called friend next to him. Then there's a massive heavy edit. Did he just, break character for a few minutes? What happened in that heavy edit, we'll never know. But what I do know is he just openly and overtly described how he's got a so-called partner with a fake beard next to him, and it's all just a show. Those were the words he used. Deception detective, I thank you. Take people at face value. When they say these things, they mean them. Well, he's just told you what this is, hasn't he?
Admiral Byrd was telling the truth that there are.
Well, he never mentioned ice wall.
But that doesn't. But he mentioned that there were fertile lands beyond.
He also mentioned
beyond the South Pole.
He also mentioned that he met an alien in the master.
I don't care about that. That's bullshit. So,
what do you mean it's bullshit?
But what he did, you did not show me anything. Let's be honest. So now you want to use YouTube when it's up to your benefit. You're being a hypocrite. You're being a hypocrite.
But I'm not doing it. I'm asking if you want to watch it.
I'll watch it later. I think you pulled up some stupid controlled opposition bullshit.
It's pretty tiresome, huh? Did someone want to get something in the middle?
He's saying that
cringe,
he believes. Go ahead, Chocolate.
No, go ahead, Neil.
So he's saying that he's holding on to Admiral Byrd's beyond the South Pole nonsense, but he also claimed that he met aliens, but he's going to discard that and believe what he wants to believe. Okay, that checks out.
Oh, Chocolate. Chocolate.
Now, I was just saying this is kind of cringe, actually.
Yeah, very much so. I suspected it would be Feast of Nonsense regurgitation, and that's exactly what we've got. I just didn't know it'd be so refined. But there we go. We're going to probably cover a little bit more in the after show.
He thinks he's the smartest kid on the block.
Come again, Neil?
I said, I heard this video years ago. He thinks he's the smartest kid on the block.
What are you talking about?
You can't be talking about the video we're covering.
He's an Israeli kid, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you're talking about Matan?
the video itself only came out 18 hours ago. So
Idiot. Hey Nathan, thanks for the content and the show. I think you guys are the tip of the spear, and I think you guys are doing a great job. And I love your dedication to staying on the point that you're trying to make, that all the other bullshit doesn't matter. What matters is it measures flat. I take a lot of inspiration and knowledge from the content that you put out. So thanks. It's great.
yeah, and don't take it personally, right? So first and foremost, know that you and I, and pretty much everyone here at the moment, so entering into 2024, we all came on the same path, right? Were led here by a conspiratorial way of thinking and a way of searching in YouTube. So we've all got here by the same means. So for me to condemn the people who've got here by the same means as I have seems a bit wrong, but I don't care. Therefore, when I condemn someone like yourself for bringing in the Palestine situation and dragging it into conspiracy, you're still going to get condemned. I'm just laying it out there. You know, I don't want to be a conspiratard, to be perfectly frank. When I was looking at subliminal messages, I was looking at a handbook that went out to people in marketing. In other words, it was useful material that advertisers would employ to brainwash potential consumers. And I was very interested in that as a practical tool, you know, as a useful tool. That's what I was interested in. And then through loss of a job, I then looked into psychopathy based on how my employer was with me. I wanted to know why that person behaved the way they did. So I then got into investigating that type of behavior and found myself investigating psychopathy. So those were the two subjects I was looking at, which some would kind of say is conspiratorial. But the next thing you know, I'm into flat Earth, having travelled the world and realised that, yeah, that's exactly how it presents itself. Then you're into clone centres, Mandela effect. You're like, where the hell, 9/11? You're like, where the hell have I landed? What's going on? One of the first things some flat earthers asking me is, did you believe there were any planes on 9/11? I'm like, what the hell are you babbling about? Are you a no-planer? I'm like, what? What's a no-planer? I don't know what the hell you're talking. Where have I arrived? Where is this place? And then I'm surrounded by tards for 10 years, all talking about stupid conspiratorial shit. And I've had enough of it after 10 years, to be honest. It's not flat earth that annoys me. It's the conspiratorial shit that comes along with it. And then you see this, Matan, this guy. And what's he got? He's got a stooge guest punting nothing but feast and nonsense. You're like, oh, this is the dangling carrot of the conspiracy of flat earth to get you hooked, to make you look like an idiot if you get too far into the rabbit hole.
Yeah, absolutely, Nathan. 100%. Actually, thank you. I think you did give me you were very polite about me bringing that up and respectful about it. And I think you did give me a moment to say my piece. So thank you for that. But yeah, I actually didn't feel at all that you condemned me for it. But I see what you're trying to say. Also, I know it's a fact though what I'm saying, because as you said, we follow these conspiracies, and the amount of things that I've learned, for example, yeah, I don't believe it. I mean, just like we're saying with flat Earth, I'm pretty sure there were no planes, and along the lines of that, even World War II and World War One stuff like that. But yeah, how you said your employer was behaving that way, absolutely, and it's just part of my understanding from looking at all these things that Britain and London are hubs of this new world order empire, right? And the culture has been completely subverted to the core. That instead, our culture, instead of being, let's say, uh, uh, trusting, we all are supposed to, do the work for the new world order, and look at each other, right, and tell the principle on each other, for example, and just be total pieces of shit. And the destruction of the nuclear family, for example. These are all crazy points. Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, as an after-show discussion, it's fine. I mean, I agree with you on most of the points that you've made. And in terms of what they're telling us, they make it explicit. What is the New World Order? Well, was it Bush Senior spoke about it specifically? He's talking about a one world government. That is to say, everybody, all that control the people, all of the governmental bodies, all united, all singing from the same hymn sheet. Well, he also wanted a one world religion. Well, we've already got it. Heliocentrism is the one world religion. That's what it is. So now we know what they're
That's a
talking about.
fact.
We've got the one world government, all hands shaking across the oceans, and the one world religion. We're on a globe.
Yeah,
This is
Babylon.
our bit. And there's no other bits
Babylon,
to
the one world currency, the one currency, right?
Say again?
Babylon, they're gonna do the one world currency as well, for sure.
Maybe. But we've got nothing but fiat currency anyway, already. Again, if I was arguing these points, I don't necessarily want to get into this, but you've done it now. I would argue for what we've got and how we've got here. The changes that have actually took place. If I was going to talk about the money, the worthless paper that was all based on faith to begin with, even when you had people lean on the gold standard, like it means something. You're like, so because we deluded ourselves with an arbitrary value to this gold shiny stuff. You're like, what?
I totally
Really? You're gonna lean on that? To me, that seems laughable. But I mean, that's just me.
Absolutely. Right, absolutely. How you said
Hold
the
on a sec.
fiat currency and inflation and backed by gold. Totally, Nathan. I definitely understand what you're saying. I think you're hitting it right on the head.
Well, the thing is, the idea of value is a belief system. The idea of
Labor.
worth. So it doesn't matter if it's fiat or based on gold. It's still just a belief that it's worth something. That's so it's irrelevant.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I think, like Nathan said,
what it comes down
totally
to.
I'll done, Kyle.
how
He's got more. I know you're keen.
Okay.
Go on, John.
But what it comes down to is our society structured is based on two a man and a woman, right? The woman, for whatever reason, likes shiny things. A man goes out and tries to get shiny things so the woman will like him. That is the basis for our entire economy.
Okay.
I'm glad everyone's paused for thought. This tells me very few people have contemplated this in the past, John. Me, I'm just sat here smiling, thinking, yep. Nobody's objecting either, which is good.
I don't agree with that.
Oh, okay. Why not?
It's not just because women like shiny things. So now we have a currency backed by gold. Come on, it's got to go deeper than that. Don't ask me what it is. But it can't just
That's
be
exactly
that.
what I was going to do. Go on then. You explain how it's more complex.
Well, how did the currency even get started? How did we even go from when we used to just barter to gold? Because a woman likes shiny things? The Indians had no idea what these shiny things were.
It makes trading and accounting easier. You know, a credit system doesn't have to be a user.
Let me just go to Neil's. Can I address a simple point real quick? The Indians traded Massachusetts for a box of shiny things, and you're saying the Indians didn't have a concept of shiny?
I'm saying they weren't using gold as a standard for themselves.
Right, because that's advanced. Credit system is advanced. And credit system, you understand the weight values of like copper and silver. It makes trading easier. You can trade different things, wider ranges of things. You're not really bartering. You're beyond that, and you know you can pay for services. I think it's a code for more advanced people, but I think it's been used against us with means of inflation and, like you said, valuing it with different things like speculation as opposed to maybe labor or gold.
On a slightly different
Yeah,
tangent.
but that,
How do
go
you
on.
validate that the Indians sold a state for shiny things? Because it says it in the history books.
Because they don't understand value completely,
no, they
right?
felt
They're not smart enough to understand values. And they look
no,
to the
what I
present
said.
instead of the future.
It is part of the treaty of the purchase of the landmass we now call Massachusetts that for a box of shiny beads and basically stuff that we would consider worthless, they thought was valuable. So their idea of what was valuable and the Europeans' idea of what was valuable was different, but it was
Well,
still
yeah, but
based
that's because
around its shine.
to make to make um to make valuable metals like that, you have to know how to refine them. And so it was just the difference in technological advancement between the two. That's why, so they were a lower species, let's say, or less advanced, so they didn't have the means to understand value, and our superior position gave us more powerful knowledge, so we can make better of the situation. But Nathan, I'm more interested to know. I don't know. It seems like I don't know. You should. I want to hear more about what you have to say, sir.
Okay.
Speak,
I mean, it
Nathan.
seemed like you were holding back a little bit. You
Yeah,
you let
sir.
the other man extrapolate, but you perhaps had a position you wanted to discuss, but you held back and you let him say it instead. What were you gonna say?
About what?
I forget.
Me too. I generally get to make my opinions heard, so
Oh,
there's
I
nothing which
think
I hold back on.
we were talking about like currency, weight of currency and values, and
I've got a very
the
distorted
current.
view. Okay, so for a huge amount of my life, right, I grew up in a very, very religious family. So my grandmother was a missionary, right? Gives you an idea of how religious. My mother's brother, uncle, that is, was a pastor who ran a church many, many years. So, and built churches, and he did missionary work, went out to foreign lands and built churches out there. That was the kind of family life that I was brought up in. One of the quotes I got from my mother was misquoted from the Bible, which was "money is the root of all evil." That's what I was told. So I grew up with this misunderstanding of money and was very resentful towards it, therefore very apprehensive about it and skeptical about it, and did a bit more, let's call it study, although I don't know what you'd call it when you're 12 years old, but just a bit
Right.
more critical thought was put in. Now, at that particular time, I was going to a private school where I later found out, I didn't know at the time when I was learning, that I was having a very different education to most of the people around me in normal schools, what you would call public schools if you're in the States. Public school here means something different, but we won't get into that. But what I was being taught was
Right.
critical thinking and logic. Yeah? How to think about things. And the way the whole system of education in that school that I went to was structured was entirely different for the, let's just say, white collar versus blue collar, just to keep it simplistic. The people in the normal schools, they're being trained with bells and whistles and time structures and
Right.
sitting in front of desks to go into factories. You're not being trained to go into
Right.
a factory. You're being trained to think critically. And at the time, I was very
Right.
resentful of money, so I was very critical of that and thought more about it than most people did and described less value to things. Now, just to expand on that a little bit, when I was a rep many years later, I went to go around the world seeing every standard of life from royalty, not our British royalty, but out in foreign lands where, let's just say, lesser royalty, but royalty nonetheless, how they lived, what they spent their money on, what they concerned themselves with, right the way down to the most poverty stricken people that I've encountered in my life and everything in between. And what I actually found was, once you step outside of that normal, for us Westerners, that is, right, what we consider normal. So when we talk about poverty, you might get images of somebody in a slum, or for us in England, it's in a council house, something like that, at the lower end of the social structure. Now, that's a arbitrary structure that we seem to operate within.
Right.
And at the top of it is kings. At the bottom of it is somebody in a council house. But there's a much wider spectrum of people that just isn't considered by Westerners. The truly poor. The people who have almost no regard for life because it's so cheap. Yeah? And it humbles you, and you see stuff like that, and see people who are at the top of, let's say in London. If I was to go to London, many of the houses in London are just like the houses everywhere else in the country, but they cost 10 times more money. And they've got far worse parking and much stricter parking regulations and much worse taxes, and everything around you costs more. But it's the same food. It just costs 10 times much more money in London because the rent for the ground to sell the food is more. But it's the same apple that you're buying. Yeah? So I remember going into one particular rich person's house and thinking, yeah, this is a nice big house, but it's no nicer or nice and big than the ones round the corner that I don't live in, in my local town. It's the same type of house. And yeah, it's got bigger rooms than I've got. But as I hear the family goings on, and I'm fixing a stereo while this is going on, by the way, I can hear the exact same concerns from this guy about what they're going to cover with their finances, even though the scale's larger. They're buying more expensive cars, buying more expensive apples. Yeah? He's still just buying a car and worrying about the lease on it, and buying an apple and worrying about how much it costs, and moaning about parking tickets, even though this guy's rich. And at the other end of the scale, the same thing happens. Because our social scale, Westerners, is so narrow, right? The difference between the super rich and the super poor isn't very much. But both of them have actually got, as strange as this may sound, a comparable life. Now, when you focus down a little bit further, so you go to, let's just say, the middle classes, and you look at someone at the very bottom end of the middle class scale, it doesn't even matter where you arbitrarily put this scale either, right? And then you put someone at the very top of the middle class structure, their life will be almost identical. Their concerns, their worries, their means, yeah? And the way the taxes come in.
Like family problems and sickness.
Yeah, it's all the same, right? And all of the things that they're controlled by and pressurized by and stressed out by are the same also. The control structures that the government put in place for all of us as Western world occupiers are identical. There's no difference, right?
Well, that's why religion is important.
Hold on 1 second, Nathan. Hold on. You can't do that, because those that are super wealthy, they don't worry how they're paying their next bills.
Yeah, they do.
As those that are poverty-stricken.
You are wrong. You are incorrect.
They got the money. They're not worrying how they're paying their freaking electric bill.
How many of you encountered? How many of you had discussions with about what their means actually are? How many of you done that with?
It's the same thing. They're just microcosms.
Many. I've been around wealthy. Many are wealthy. I've been around.
You've got past
the same.
And you've
they
got
may
past...
have. Hold on a second. Hold on. They may have more things they have to pay for. I'm talking about the basics. They don't worry where they're going to pay their electric bill or their cable bill or their phone bill. Yeah, they've expanded and they have other bills, but that's because they put that on themselves.
Yeah.
Because their higher living brought them higher bills. But that's their problem, because I know wealthy people that didn't do that.
I got that, Neil. You're telling me that by the virtue of having electricity, when I compare you with your posh electricity and heating to someone who has nothing, believe me, Neil, it pales in comparison. You're never going to win this argument when you say, yeah, but my electricity bill, what, your hot and cold running electric everything bill? I mean, you're a king, my friend. You have no idea.
So, wait a second. So you're telling me that it's not easier when you're wealthy?
No, I'm saying that
I'm saying things easier.
No, I'm saying that on the
Hold on.
Whoever's interrupting, I'm just trying to answer him. I'm saying that on the scale of Western world, what you consider to be poor isn't. Yeah? It is just,
Hey,
it's just not.
Nathan, the economic
I
corruption
understand
is
that.
with the prices, the high price hike about food and stuff. But also, with what you said,
Exactly.
don't you agree that it's a difference of peoples? There's an actual difference genetically in different peoples. Also, what are what are your thoughts about Hitler?
Why?
Oh, come
Hold up a
on.
minute.
Stop.
Hold
Stop.
on.
Stop right now.
Wait a second, guys.
Yeah,
Guys,
hold
we're not
on
going
a
on
sec.
that subject, okay?
First, I want to hear about his idea about the difference of people, if he sees anything like that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
people are
also,
different.
what are you talking about? Don't be censor about the discussion of topics, the
People
general
are different.
discussion.
Yes. Okay. So what? People are very different.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, you mean genetically?
Yeah. If you go to, in terms of how you can view it in a humorous way, right? If you're out in Japan, what do you think their view in terms of what you smell like is going to be? What do you think your average Japanese man would make of you? What do you think he'd think of you? This is true to, I don't know
I
if it's
really,
true for Americans. It's true for Europeans.
I really don't know.
I think you stink of off milk and rotten eggs. That's what they perceive us to stink like. You stink like rotten eggs, and it's horrible. You smell like sour milk. Ugh. And what do you think when
Well,
you're out in Japan, your average Japanese man smells like to a European?
well, I think
Just
honestly, Nathan, I think that
trying to
that's
give you an
pretty.
example. Maybe just don't play along when you've asked me for my opinion. Maybe I'll just give up on this conversation next time you ask me something. So, what do you think a Japanese man would smell like to you as an American or as me as a European? What do you think they'd smell like?
Well, right. I think that it's the what's it called? I'm that word escapes me, but like
Fish,
honestly, I think it doesn't
fish,
matter because I think
fish,
a personal
Sushi.
right.
fish. They smell like fish.
No, I think no, but I was gonna say they probably smell like lotus petals because I look up to the Japanese people, and also, like I said, I think it's relative. Like that's the best word I can come up with. But
Meanwhile, I'm trying to
I'm
make an
sure
example that you're hijacking
bad. It's
completely.
all
But
good.
oh well, let's just worry about what you've got to add as an interject side point to this. Yeah, so they smell like fish. Do you know why? Because they
I
eat
think
a
it's up
completely
to
different diet and
interpretation.
listen. It seems like you don't care what I have to actually answer about this.
No, I do. That's my
Why do
commentary
you ask
on
then?
your.
I don't get it.
Well, what do you mean? We don't have to agree.
It's
I'm
not that
just
we're
curious
agreeing. I
of
haven't
your
finished
opinion.
talking, and you're talking straight through the middle of me. While I try and get to the end of the point
Go
you
ahead.
asked me about. Are people different, you say? I'm really interested to hear Nathan's opinion on how different people are. Well,
Go
I'm
ahead.
nearly at the end of my point, and now I'm arguing about the fact that you're stepping over what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I don't need your permission. I just need you to stop doing that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, stop giving me permission and just go on mute, Kyle. So I know that you're not going to interrupt the next two sentences by telling me go ahead. Yeah? You know where the mute button is? People are different based on their different culture, different location, different weather, different climate, different everything, different diet in this instance. And that's detectable and noticeable by more than one sense. So obviously people are different.
Yeah, I agree. But do you think broadly in a genetic level has to do with, let's say, the names of types of people? For example, Indian or, like you said, Japanese, genetically.
Yeah, people are
Right, and
different.
that's
And you can see similarities from certain locations. So obviously there is a similarity. If you want to ascribe that to diet and the general climate, then fine. I don't care what you ascribe it to. But if you stack me next to a Japanese man, I am fundamentally different. And you can stack lots of Englishmen next to me and see how we're fundamentally similar.
right, and
But you're
fundamentally
talking.
different. And the same with other people's too, right? As in, for example, I recently saw a video in my city of an Indian person. You could tell they were Indian. It was very apparent. Culturally, they it was expressed in the way of dress, traditional, and they were peeing on the subway train. At the same time, Indians, you can maybe attribute it to uh, culture quotas, let's say, but there are Indians in very high position, and there's a propensity for them to do well and to achieve high status, let's say, positions, and do. But I mean, it's, I guess, wouldn't you say it's generally reflected in, let's say, like really, let's say, with stereotypes toward Indian, perhaps using
No,
Indians as an
not at
example,
all.
particular reason.
No, not at all.
No.
Definitely not. If I go to Greece, yeah, just because there's some dirty bastards that will piss in the streets doesn't mean that all Greeks are dirty bastards. It just means that there's a certain number of dirty bastards that will piss in the street. So if I see a Greek man
Well, I
in
think.
England pissing in the street, I go, dirty bastard. I don't go, dirty Greek bastard, just because he looks Greek and he's pissing in the street. That's just stereotyping people. As for all, what, Asians are smart? Just like, what? This is just a stereotyping fallacy.
But don't you think
Every
that they're
country's
true though,
got
based on?
Every country's got people at higher and lower ends of every social economic structure that you can name in every race, creed, color, society. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I think genetically that makes them a certain way. And for example, that depends on, like you
Oh
said, you said in Britain,
no.
perhaps you'd say,
No,
"Oh, don't piss
he
on the
wants
street."
to
But
stereotype, doesn't he,
in
John?
Greece, that would be maybe, let's say, normal, and I think perhaps that's a genetic thing. For example, let's say I thought that
No, it's
that
not.
would be relatively acceptable. Perhaps, let's say, if you were in Greece pissing in the street, but the genetic difference would showcase in your uh, ill will toward that action in Britain, right? And I think that, like I said,
No,
that's
it isn't.
expressed with genetics.
Go on, John.
No, it isn't. You're talking about genetics and confusing it with cultural differences. Cultural differences have
Because
nothing to do with genetics.
it's
Stop
reflective.
doing that.
Exactly.
It's reflective.
No,
It's
it's not.
expressively reflective.
No, it isn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose you can say it isn't, even if it is.
No, if you are, as I was for a period of my life, in a culture that's mainly Pakistani and Indian, and for whatever reason, there's a certain percentage of crime, but you, as a minority, as I was in the white minority, could say, well, Indians are all thieves because there's a lot of crime.
Minority and
I haven't finished. So, but it's just a stereotyping fallacy because you're in a community where the majority of people are of a certain race. And within any community, a certain number of any people will be bad. Therefore, to stereotype a certain number of people, because let's take it to a more positive example. Lots of Japanese people are successful in electronic engineering. Therefore,
Can you
Japanese
use
people are
Chinese?
good at electronic engineering? No, it's just silly.
Can you use Chinese as an example?
All Chinese are good at farming rice? I don't know. What, because you've got some good rice farmers in China? No. Next Chinaman's
let's
not going to be
use
a great paddy farmer just because there are a certain number of really highly skilled paddy farmers.
Yeah,
let's
but I
use
mean, like, let's say in their business
uh,
practices and their hunting practices, for example.
What about them?
So, in their cultural differences from us, that's not genetic.
No,
It's a
it's not.
cultural difference, not genetic.
You're saying there's no correlation between culture and genetics.
Yes, if you would have been raised in that society, uh, you would behave. You would be a great rice
Right.
paddy farmer, I guess. If everyone around you
Yeah.
was farming rice paddies, and you were raised around a bunch of people that farmed rice paddies, you would be good at that because you were raised that way. Now, we're not talking about intelligence quotients, which would be the only place that any of this would apply, but the intelligence quotient and the what we would call DNA and how that affects uh, subcategories of who we are as humans, it's so small that it's not even worth addressing. It could just be
I
a
don't think
problem with
guarantees that you'd be a
the
bad
census
rice
data.
farmer, as you said.
Okay.
I don't think it guarantees that you'd be a good rice farmer, but you'd have a higher chance because you'd be surrounded by the phenotype that expresses that positively.
Where's this going?
That's
That's
my
not a
commentary.
phenotype. That's a skill that's learned. It has nothing. I'm done. Never mind.
Can we talk about flat Earth? I don't want to get
It
into
is a
these conversations.
It's a genetic expression.
It's
It's
just a bit off topic, that's all.
Right, but it's the I forget what it's called. The it's like the biodiversity of the area.
Sure.
The general
Jeez,
expression of
Kyle's a
that.
conspiratorial. You can't see this yet?
No, I picked that up immediately.
Biodiversity has nothing to do.
I'm talking about the classification of species. What are you talking about? You're
It's
okay.
completely arbitrary, though, isn't it? It's
What is
arbitrary.
it? The bioflora, something like that.
Arbitrary is what I said.
Well, I mean, in a sense, because I'm just talking very, like I said, I'm classifying things. I'm speaking from a point of classification, and we're talking about what is that word? Completely empirical definition of our reality. That's flat Earth to me. It's the complete boiled down of reality, trying to understand everything fundamentally, and that's why like ether thinking really helps unify, let's say, electro statics. But yeah, I think once you understand the dome, then you understand people and also other creation.
What dome?
I knew it. I smelt them a mile away.
Hold on. Tell me how ether helps you understand how atoms and molecules interact.
Sorry?
Tell me
Can you
how
repeat that?
ether helps you understand how atoms and molecules interact, because you invoked electrostatics, which is how
Right, no, I
atoms
was,
and molecules interact.
I'm glad because
That's what that means.
I don't subscribe to the current understanding of let's say atoms, the structure of atoms. So I'm glad that you said that.
We're not talking about geometric structure. We're talking about discrete points of
Waves.
interaction and how they interact.
Right, waves.
No.
Say waves. You did.
Sorry? Yeah, waves, right?
No.
As opposed to what are you talking about?
Discrete points of interaction, what we actually measure, and then the forces that we ascribe to the things that we measure within those discrete points of interactions has nothing to do with waves. Ether is misunderstanding of what we actually experience, and it's expressed with language that you're familiar with. It's the same trick that the heliocentrists use when they hijack flat Earth.
So he's explaining that the wave used to describe ether, this medium that must be there for the light to propagate through, for it to be a wave, is a hijacking of the discrete points of energy, our physical interactions with light when they interact with a photographic plate or a light sensor, and how those can be described mathematically and then reified into a wave to require a medium for the waves to traverse. But there is no wave. There's single, discrete points of interaction. Light. No wave. What wave? You were the one who said wave, by the way, Kyle.
No, but that's exactly what I'm saying. Waves, yeah, exactly. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, what wave?
Nathan.
What wave?
Well, I mean, you're saying there's no waves interacting, and that's not how the ether manifests.
No, I'm asking you what wave.
Let's say the electromagnetic propagation of a light ray. Let's say, a laser.
It's not a wave.
It's not on a
And
wave.
your electromagnetic
Have we defined ether?
No, hold on. The electromagnetic propagation when you say that, propagation requires a medium. So you're begging the question that it is a wave, and then using words to describe it as a wave within your question of, is it ether? You see what? It's not logical at all.
Correct, John. And no, they haven't defined it. Chocolate. No.
No, but
What do
regardless
you
of
mean?
how you miss where the
It's a
tangent's
tangent.
taken us, guys. The tangent's
It's
taken
a
us to an
tangent line.
asserting that there's a wave, right? This is the genesis of the ether convolution, right? This is the heart of why this gets claimed. So let's not concern ourselves too much with what he's defining when he says ether. The reason he's got this understanding, Kyle, we're talking about you, sorry to talk about you in third person, is because there's a misapprehension about light needing to traverse a medium because it is a wave. There is no wave. The only wave is the derivation of these discrete points when sent out in a diffraction pattern that can be qualified as a wave function. That's a description in maths for the discrete interactions. There's no wave involved.
I mean, it behaves like a wave.
How so?
Like I said, it's the sine. It's a tangent sine wave that can be manipulated with angles and
It can't.
measured.
Okay, so the way you come to this notion of light being a wave,
What do
there
you mean with lasers? You can't do that with lasers?
is no light wave. It's discrete interactions on a plate. When you get diffraction patterns, so if you fire a light through a slit and get it to diffract, you can break that pattern down. You know, that bar pattern that you can see? That's diffraction, right?
Into a wave
Interference.
function.
Right.
Into a wave
function.
Hold
So
on.
what's a... Hold on, we're getting
Hold on.
somewhere.
Do you hear what he just did?
Yeah, I did. So wave function, you say. Okay? Wave function is a description of the probability of the next point of interaction. Each single point of interaction marks a point on a graph of probability. That's your wave function. Not a wave in physical reality. It's the description of the next likelihood of the point of interaction. So that's a discrete interaction, one point. Now, when you get lots of points of interaction, you can plot lots of points, and those lots of points make a wave on a graph. Yeah, but the individual light that hit the plate is an individual particle of light. No wave until you get lots of them and describe them as a wave function. So in physical reality, there is no wave. It's
I'm not
derived from the
saying
maths
okay.
of the probability
Sure.
distribution.
I'm just saying that that's how you can define it. Let's say mathematically. You're right. I'm not exactly. I mean, you're totally right. I don't. I may use the word wave to describe it, though. Perhaps that isn't exactly what it is in reality.
It isn't a wave. So what you're saying is
Right.
the necessity to have a background medium for the wave to traverse might not be really a wave that's really existing in physical reality to need to justify ether at all. So no,
You're talking about the
so just so I can
reality now.
conclude. So no, when you say it's just a description that could be inaccurate for a wave, yeah, the very justification for ether is that you need something for it to wave through, though, right? Yeah, you don't have anything required because it's not a wave. Just want to get that clear. No medium called ether required for light to wave through because it is not a wave. Just want to make that absolutely clear before we move on.
Also,
Right,
you addressed the light coming in at angles. Given that a wave is curving, how do you get angles from a curve?
Well, it's a tangent wave. It's an
You
expression of.
don't get tangents from wave functions. No. Right. In reality, light, not wave. Single impact on a photographic plate. When you plot that onto your graph that you're going to, that's future tense, get your wave function from. Okay, you with me so far? One impact on plate. So you're going to plot 1 point on the chart, the graph, the one that will eventually, with lots of points, give you a derivation you can call a wave function. But at this point, in my explanation, there is only one point plotted on your graph because we've only got one discrete impact of light. Where's the wave? Got 1 point on a graph, no wave function yet. Definitely got light impacted with the plate. Do you want to tell me where the wave is, please? Because there's no wave function on this chart yet. We've only got one impact point. Go.
Well, doesn't it have a shutter rate?
Do you not understand my question? I can explain it slower if you need me to. If you don't understand my question, I can repeat it.
Well, I'm just clarifying.
Your clarification had nothing to do with my question. Therefore, I will now infer that you did not understand my question. A wave function is a point on a graph. Do you understand? Just need a yes or no.
Yep.
So to have a wave function, I'm leading you, not the other way round. I am leading you and not the other way round, Kyle. Yeah, I asked you a closed question. Last chance, I'll kick you out.
I
understand, then shut up. Let's not do this dance again, Kyle. You just get kicked out right quick.
Go ahead. I'll have a question.
Don't need your permission. We've gone through this once. Getting further away, making me more irritated. Single point on graph. Not yet describable as wave function. Just need a yes or no. You understand? Comprende? Yes or no?
I'll have a clarification.
You need a clarification when I describe plotting out a graph with points and putting 1 point onto it thus far based on 1 point of impact of light. You need an explanation that's further to that. You need clarification. Why? Are you dumb?
Yes.
You dumb?
Maybe.
Well, it seems so. If you can't understand that we've fired a piece of light at a photographic plate and got one impact, and then we've plotted that one impact on a graph, that's as far as my explanation's got so far. You've said, well, yes, you understand, but you need clarity to this. No, you don't.
I would like further clarification, please.
Come on. You're not being real now. That's very easy to understand. Move on, Nathan. I want to hear this.
He wants further clarity.
For that,
what is the clarity he's seeking?
I can ask.
I also need clarity on what clarity we're talking about.
The clarification I ask is, what is Nathan's definition of I guess there's two ways to put it. What is his definition of light, and also what is the medium source of the
I've already clarified that in my question. A discrete, quantized chunk of light to make it hyper-specific. That is what I am... So before I've even answered, you're interrupting me, Kyle. Are you a prick? Tourette's, maybe. Which is it? Prick or Tourette's?
Oh, I'm not calling you any names.
Without using the definition of light, is a discrete point of energy and momentum that we measure using photographic sensors.
Or a photographic plate with an emulsion.
And what is the source, though? Is it a laser? Is it a light? Is it halogen? What is it?
Who cares? What difference does it make? It's a freaking argon pump laser. You happy? Can we move on? You got enough clarity? Have you put enough distance between this and my question, which I'll now repeat, hopefully without interruption? Yeah, so we've got a discrete impact, immediate interruption. I'm going to kick you out. It's your last chance, Carl. Last interruption. That was the last interruption. One more, you're removed. We have a discrete impact of light on a photographic plate. One. Which we then plot on a graph. 1 point. So this single point on a graph isn't going to derive any wave functions at this point. Therefore, there is no way to describe this single, discrete, quantized chunk impact of light from an argon pump laser as a wave. Do you understand?
No.
Then you're dumb. You said wave function. You used that word, didn't you?
I said you can use that to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah, you said wave function.
But
You
you're right.
said that word.
You're
You
right. Maybe
said
that's wrong. You're right though.
wave
Maybe
function.
that is wrong.
Excuse me. Let's try that again. It's a close question. You said wave function, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
So you do understand this, or you're just using words that you don't understand. Either you're pretending to be smart when you said that word, quote, wave function, end quote, you. Or when I explain the very simple process of plotting points on a graph, you suddenly don't understand. So which is it? Feigning intelligence by using the word wave function, or now lying about not understanding when I absolutely annihilate the need for a wave because there isn't one? Which
No,
is
you're
it?
right. Perhaps that was the clarification that I needed. Thank you. You're right. I think so.
I am right. There is no wave. There is no ether requirement if there's no wave, because that's the only reason that these blag artists who talk shit and fantasy in flat earth ascribe the need for one. Because the light being a wave, it isn't. End of argument.
But you're
So how does
misunderstanding.
so how
The
does
thing
light
is,
work?
you're
Hold on, he's got a follow-up
misunderstanding
question, John.
about this
Sorry.
topic.
Hold on, John. Sorry, he's got a follow-up question. Go ahead, Kyle.
So how does light work then?
I don't know. The whole process of discovering how light works has led us to the field of quantum mechanics, advancing humanity vastly. The only reason we have that journey of discovery is because people going, how does light work?
And you don't think you can
But
but you can describe light with a wave function?
You can mathematically describe probability distribution of diffraction with wave function.
yeah, not light. You're describing a phenomenon within light with a wave function. You are not describing light with that wave function. That's,
So you
I think, where your confusion is.
so you can describe it with a wave function?
No. Second time, John's just said this to you. Something that light does, that's diffraction, can be described, that's the diffraction, the probability distribution of said diffraction, a phenomena that light exhibits, as a wave function. But can you describe light? No, that's the fallacy of division. Ascribing part of what is true of it to the whole. In this case, the whole of light doesn't diffract always. No, it's actually quite uncommon. Normally we just see light. No wave function, ether nonsense. Comprende?
But that's why
Right.
But that's why I wanted
let me give it to you in another
describe. Sorry,
Can you
that's why I wanted
describe water
to describe
as
the nature of light, because so you can describe its behavior with a wave function, but also there's a difference in
No.
its behavior as
Its
opposed
behavior,
to
so
its
fallacy of division number 2. I've just literally ascribed the fallacy you're using and you're just going to use it again. No, the describe of light, what, as a whole? No, you can describe how it behaves in a very particular set of circumstances when it has interference patterns. That's diffraction. That's not describing light. No. You're using the fallacy of division second time within 30 seconds, Kyle.
right. I
Well, I'm
can't
not trying
describe
to
water as
manipulate it.
boiling.
Hold
You
on,
understand?
Kyle. John wants to make his
If
point
I'm-
also. Go ahead, John.
Right. If I'm talking about water, for me to describe it as boiling and say that's true of all water is boiling, you understand how that would be fallacious, right?
I mean, I see what you're trying to
Please
say,
say yes.
but at the same time, you still have. But doesn't all water boil?
Right, who gives a shit? Right, there is no ether because light's not a wave. The fact that you can describe on a graph a probability distribution of light diffraction as a mathematical concept called like wave function, that's not a wave either. Wave function isn't a wave. Light doesn't traverse anything as a wave. It isn't a wave. There is no wave involved. But because we can, in one set of circumstance, put something on a graph and call what's on a graph a wave, you want to ascribe waves to light. You're just not going to get away with it. As for the example being the focus, the water boiling, nah. No, there is no ether. It's nonsense, peddled by fantasists.
Well, I was trying to give him an analogy for how he's taking a phenomenon of something and trying to say that that phenomenon and how I describe it is how it is. And that's just not reasonable to do.
Absolutely.
But
Good
you
example.
keep doing it.
No, it's a perfect analogy, John.
I think you're trying to obfuscate around the fact that there's a tendency of behavior and just the basically that you can use general mathematical equations to, like you said, plot the potentiality of its expression.
And
behavior is specific. Hold on. The behavior is specific to interference. That is the special circumstance required for you to describe the particle interactions as a wave. Without that interference, there is no phenomenon
Especially
for you to describe it as a wave. That's where your misunderstanding of applying light and this wave function of a phenomenon, you're confusing that. And I don't think it's intentional. I think that you've just heard people use really fancy language to confuse you.
You're acting like its natural behavior is isolated situation. It
is.
Isn't it consistent always?
No, light isn't always diffracting.
Well, think about it in what you experience in your everyday life, right? You have megabits, megapixels. These are discrete points of interaction that all of our technology is based on. This understanding of this quantized chunk of energy and momentum. The crystalline diode structures of your television, of your cell phone. The screen you're looking at now is dependent upon this understanding. And you're saying that you don't agree with it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just how it is.
But ether's really cool. I mean, it's a great thing to fantasize about. I mean, it's like the path that you could take and make everybody look like complete idiots in flat Earth if you constantly decide to peddle it. Even though it's wrong, stupid, nonsense, debunked, and you've rumpused every time we've tried to make a conclusion in that regard, to offer up some benign nonsense that seems to counteract it in your mind. I mean, you can do this, but like I say, we'd just call you a fantasist. You know, go away and have your fantasy somewhere else. This isn't the platform for you.
Wait a second. Didn't he come in here and say it's only about things we can prove? I heard him say that.
Absolutely licking my arse as well, didn't he, Neil? And then rumpused all the things that he disagreed with. They've all got the same MO.
Yes, but
do you want to lick my arse again? Tell me how wonderful I am for a few minutes. Go on.
No, I liked your work.
Great.
Sir.
Tell me how wonderful it is that I tell. Tell me how wonderful it is that I tell people Earth's measured flat for a few minutes. You could just rumpus me, making my demands. You know, you were all so keen to stick your tongue up my arsehole half an hour ago. Now I'm asking you to do it again. Yeah, jam your tongue up my ass and tell me how wonderful it is that I tell people Earth's measured flat. Go on.
That's disgusting.
Well, you were doing it half an hour ago. Now you just want to rumpus us when we point out that ether's not real? Seems a bit weird that you were telling me how fantastic I was, only to now go on to continually rumpus every single point we make. I'm just saying you guys seem to have a bit of an MO. Yeah? And I'm going to belittle that MO and basically make you seem like a complete arse-licker, which is what you were, to try and get, airwaves to rumpus the crap that you want to peddle here while you feign ignorance about wave functions? Yeah, your little act with your constant rumpusing, that's also, it's a little tell.
Yeah, sir, I do really enjoy your work, and I think it's beneficial to humanity in many ways, but also it's a little skewed when you behave in such a manner, which you do often, and you find enjoyment in, which is a personal thing, and this is not about personalities, it's more about the content of the discussion.
Kick him out! I heard enough of this guy!
But the points are interesting, but you are
you debating that? Is that
I'm
what
not trying
this
to
is?
offend.
Did you come here to bait Nathan to get him upset so he would be rude to you?
Yes.
Is that the move that you're really sinking to?
Yeah. By
Yes,
rubbing
it
This
is,
is
John. I was
ridiculous.
thinking the same
Stop
thing.
that.
Yeah. By winding me up with constant interruptions. So he'll ask me, I'm really keen to hear how you feel about people. And then when I get half a sentence in, he starts talking straight through the top of me. Yeah, their MO is really glaring now. They all work to the same technique.
Nathan, I have no ill will here.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but it seems as if you were baiting Nathan by constant interruption and ignoring the things that he said. After you complimented him for about the things he said, to get him to say something vulgar for some reason that it seems like that, as Nathan says, that there's an MO of people out there that just want to get Nathan to say something vulgar so they can focus on that. And I hope that is not what your intention is, because I'm not going to try to figure it out.
I'm not trying to be
But I
dishonest here,
really
buddy.
hope that's not who you are.
You're being assumptive of ill will, which I can tell you straightforward. There's none here. Like you said, like you keep liking to reiterate. I have nothing but props to give here. Like I said, but when
So
people
then
start
why
using
would you
profanity,
come here? Now I'm going to
excuse me,
rub
sir,
the
don't
shoe.
interrupt me.
So then why would you
Don't
come
interrupt
here?
me. Thank
Then why would you come here claiming that stick to the things we can prove and then throw ether out there?
Yeah,
That's a
okay, dude. Like I
contradiction,
said,
my friend.
it's not about. No, well, first of all, like I said, it's not a feign. I admit ignorance, supposedly. Let's say here, and I'm here for talk, discussion, and asking questions.
I see.
Don't
So
act
you're,
like I'm.
so you're ignorant.
Yeah, I'm ignorant in a lot of ways.
Do you think
I
the
mean,
most ignorant person should be the person interrupting continually then?
Well, I've been. Arwen just interrupted me.
Sorry, do you
I
think
believe
the
that.
person who's the most ignorant should cast the blame of their constant interruptions onto others? Is that reasonable? You mean no ill
And I
will
find
other
it
than
funny.
Neil? You mean no ill will other than to blame somebody else for your constant interruptions? So you drag that person into the pits with you, would you?
I think it's clear that I'm not trying to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm saying you mean ill will when you blame someone else for your constant interruptions, which is what you've just done.
I don't think I constantly interrupt. I think I've been interrupted.
You did constantly interrupt.
Well, I guess that's up for interpretation.
Yeah.
And why would you bring Arwen into it?
After brown
Arwen's not
nosing.
here.
After brown nosing. Yeah, now you're trying to antagonize things by bringing Arwen in. So you're a shit stirrer.
I don't know.
You're a brown nosing shit stirrer. That's what you are.
I don't mean to offend. I don't know the names.
No, you're not listening to me. I'm telling you what you are. You're a brown nosing shit stirrer. That's what you are. Yeah? Now you can decide that you're going to talk through every single word I tell you, brown nosing shit stirrer. But we're just wise to people like you. We're already wise to people like you. Your constant interruptions won't work either. Maybe after this string of constant interruptions, you'll tell me that maybe you didn't think you were interrupting. Yeah, we know your MO. We know what you'll do next.
I believe you just are naturally unbearable, to be honest, Nathan.
See? Is that you telling me how wonderful the work I'm doing is? Is it all pouring out your actual intentions now? Because feigning that you're really interested with your nose at my asshole is just me being vulgar when really you want to tell me exactly how you feel about me, and now we're going to hear it. Mike's all yours.
Great. I think your work is great. Thank you. I'm not trying to brown nose. You could definitely be extremely rude and abrasive and intolerable.
And you could be incredibly ignorant about things like wave functions. You could be really stupid. In fact, you were incredibly stupid. You brought up the word wave function and then didn't understand when I talked about plotting a single point. Wow, you are incredibly stupid, my friend. Stupid people irritate me. That's you, the stupid person. Do you understand how irritating stupid people are when they interrupt, then being told off for being stupid? Your ignorance irritated me, and now you're interrupting me. Maybe you'd like to tell me how you don't feel like you're interrupting this browbeating that you're getting for your ignorance and stupidity when it came to plotting out wave functions. Stupid, ignorant, you.
Is that how you treat those who are but are looking to understand?
No, I'm looking to point out to my audience how two-faced and how you absolutely have malice in your intentions. Yeah, they slipped a little bit ago, didn't they? They slipped out and then you went back to brown nosing, didn't you? You realised the mask had slipped and you put it back up immediately? We all saw it. Yeah, we all saw the mask slip about 35 seconds ago. I'll trim it out. It'll make a really good video where you start telling me about how bad you think I am as the mask slipped.
You're a megalomaniac.
No. Your mask slipped when you started telling me about how bad I was after spending a significant amount of time brown-nosing me. But then the mask slipped and you started telling me what you really thought about me. And when I pointed it out, you went back to brown-nosing me. It was really amusing as I played with you.
Okay, we can see how you tried to spin it in the video, I suppose.
No, that's what happened. It's recorded.
We heard you.
That is what you're trying to do.
We heard your tone change when you got to telling me how much you thought I was a disgusting person. Your tone changed.
And
we all heard
thing,
it.
Nathan, another thing is he tried to bring up a word that could get this show freaking like thrown off of Discord. I won't repeat the word he said, but he said, "What do you think about this character in history?"
Yeah, I know.
I didn't know that you guys were recording.
What to your
I thought this was a general conversation between, let's say, well-meaning, like-minded people, but I didn't know that there was this much ill will.
We aren't like-minded, Carl. You see, you are a surface puke regurgitating conspiratard moron, and I'm not. So we aren't of like mind. I don't consider myself of like mind with someone so moronic that they say they don't understand when they've just literally, quote, wave function, end quote, you. No, don't understand single plot in a graph. Yeah, they're your feigned ignorance. Yeah, your stupidity. We're not of like mind, Kyle, you and I. You might think so as you brown nose me, but we're not. Definitely not. You're stupid.
All right. Well, that was an interesting conversation, but I do have to.
I didn't find it interesting. I found it absolutely tedious with a complete moron. I'm glad you found it interesting. Generally, people in my presence do find conversations with me interesting, Kyle. I'm quite sure that people like me find you very irritating and ignorant and stupid when they talk to you. But I'm glad you enjoyed your conversation with me. I found you extremely irritating. Just to be clear, our enjoyment wasn't shared.
Yeah, he was absolutely condescending.
And dishonest. Sorry,
and
go ahead.
No, you're right. I mean, you called him out right on the money, and I could tell he was already bothering me when he was interrupting you. And people know etiquette on Discord. You don't do the yas and uh-huhs in a conversation in a voice call with a bunch of people. He just was waiting to talk instead of listening.
I was just gonna say, yeah, you do that when you're waiting to talk and don't care two shits what the person you're talking to is saying. You're absolutely right.
It was deliberate, Chocolate. It was deliberate. Everything he did was calculated today, and he got called on it.
The word is disingenuous. It's disingenuous.
Bro, it's
disingenuous, yes.
It's the old, I'm just here to learn tactic. Just coming from the other side now. It's like, bro, you think we haven't been here for years? We haven't heard all these nonsensical diversionary tactics? Come on. Just cut it out already. All you did was waste time. How much time did we waste talking to this clown? Sorry.
They come in with the praise report, right? You're so wonderful, Nathan. The work you're doing, it's groundbreaking. Hey, what's your thoughts about the most polarizing guy in the world? Yeah, get the channel taken down, freaking moron.
He was greasing the skids.
You know, there is
Flatsy then, John.
He was greasing the skids to insert his retarded philosophy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't disagreeing with any of that. It more than likely is true. But the thing that's heartbreaking about all of this, instead of just being the message that we're trying to put out, he wanted to take it to a fantasy land. And then it's heartbreaking to see somebody who understands or claims to understand how he was tricked into being put on a globe, turn around and it's the same trick, try to put you in ether. And then the tactic of trying to draw out bad behavior out of someone, making them seep to your level and thinking that's a win.
John,
God, that's not the thing.
John, the ether was his last straw. That was his final, let me bring this up now. He went through everything else. Yeah, real prick.
Isn't it
That's all he
really
is as well.
alarming?
Yeah,
Go on, Flatsy.
Isn't it really alarming that he prefaced everything with how people genetically are like superior and like that? I mean, he was prefacing all of that
Yeah,
with that
he's fishing.
reality.
What he's fishing for racism is what he's doing. He's saying, who's a racist prick in
Correct.
here? Who's going to react and say, oh, absolutely, this particular coloured skin race is inferior to that other? That's what he wants. That's all he wants. He's fishing.
Yeah, and he was doing a horrible job at it because for him to fish like that, he had to play on the ignorance of people's cultural understandings as opposed to genetic understandings, and then act like there's the correlation. It somehow proves that one species, he used that word species, is different. That has to be the most racist thing I've ever heard in my life, to call like me and chocolate different species.
Right.
I would smack somebody if they said that in front of me.
Well, you say that, and your disdain.
say
Hold on. There's more to your disdain, because that whole outrage that you're expressing is the outrage that we have been brainwashed into believing that we have mutations into different species. That is to say, the Darwinian idea of evolution has come from that. So the idea of species is from the taxonomic classification system, where we arbitrarily ascribe different subsets to the things that we experience as animals and so on. Well, when we take that subset and then say this category of mammal turned into this category of lizard, that's us working outside the confines of the classification system itself. Well, then he's taken it one step further and put people with different skin colours into the taxonomic classification system. In other words, suddenly we're separate in the same way that bears and lizards are separate. We're separate from Chinese and English. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he was trying to do. It is disgraceful, but it's only done to fish because, you could tell by the type of person he was as soon as he came in, with a smug, insincere confidence. Exactly the same as the flat earther on the video we covered.
Well said. Correct.
Do you know what I mean about that smug, insincere
I don't
confidence
even,
about
I
the
don't
flat
even want
earther
to
on the video? Do
stereotype.
you know what I mean?
I don't even want
Yes,
to
I do.
stereotype fallacy, but it's almost like something in the way they talk. I don't know what it is. Like from hearing his voice, like I could hear something was off with this guy, and this is not going to go well, especially because he keeps interjecting.
Smug. Nathan said it. Smug.
I don't know. I don't know.
The snide,
it's crazy.
The snide superiority in his voice as he speaks, and the assurance that he's smarter than us is what you're probably talking about.
Yeah. Like I heard the same thing I've heard every time a Glober came in with, "Oh, hey Nathan, your show's so great. I'm just here to learn," and then it turns into a freaking numpty fest because they just get into their feelings and spew nonsense. Right? I heard the same thing in the back. Could be just me, but it literally turned out that way, so it's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, and then he wants to go to no man's land. Spotted that. I could smell an etherite and an idiot a mile away.
I don't know if it's an individual thing. These people just get off on winding us up, and they're just thinking of more creative ways to do so. Because he's a new guy. I've never heard him before. He strolled in like he's always been here. Straight away, your guard is up just by the way they behave. Nonchalant confidence. Yeah, I've been here forever. I think you've got a great show. Yeah, right. Get your tongue out my ass.
Yeah, there's a big difference because all of us, at one time, it was our first time here. How come we didn't behave that way? Well, I kind of did. I said, is this the legend? You got to find that one, Nathan. Oh,
Well,
shoot.
it reminds me of middle school, and there was an advanced class that they had on the special education wing because advanced studies falls under special education. So that hallway was reserved for just special ed. And everybody assumed that special ed meant that you were mentally disabled. So there was a classroom where we were doing math, right? Like this is sixth grade, and I think we're doing trig. And these kids from the regular class, they have to make a diversion down this hallway, and they all start making fun of us, like we won't get it that they're trying to make fun of us. You know, doing the slapping their chests like we're retarded, or pretending like they're trying to lick their shoulder, or their elbow. You know, it was kind of like that Dunning-Kruger thing that he was displaying in my mind.
Maybe. Let's just let D-Rose in.
What's up, Will I Am?
Will I Am? What's that supposed to mean?
He said, my brother said he sounds like Will I Am.
See, that's what his brother says. I don't know where you get that from.
Sounds racist to me.
Yeah, he played. Listen, you do. You got the same tone of your voice.
I got to go back and listen. If somebody told you, hey D Rose, if somebody told you you was a different species than them, would you slap them?
No, I wouldn't slap them. I would just look at them up and down like they was short, and I would sniff like, be like, I could see why you think that, and walk away.
You could just laugh and just be like, I didn't know you were a dog.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, I can see why you thought that.
Lori. You guys that complicated the rocks.
Did somebody say that to you, Retracted?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You weren't here. You didn't hear the whole conversation before.
No, I just got in.
Coming in.
Yeah, I just came in.
Yeah, there was
we
a guy
had a winner
trying to point out. Yeah, he was trying to point out cultural differences as a difference in species. And it's verbatim. Well, that's paraphrased, but yeah, that's exactly what he was saying, that people from different cultures are different species. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait.
Like,
did
not
he actually
human
say
species.
that? Those exact words? I must have been working. I don't think I heard that sentence. Did he really say that?
Not with those exact words, but that's what he inferred, Chocolate.
Oh, okay.
He was fishing for racism,
Well, he used the
basically.
term-
That's all he was doing. He was fishing for somebody, not necessarily me, anybody who was listening, to be agreeing with him and being racist. That's all he was fishing for.
Remember that time? Some black guy came on the show in Discord, and he actually went that route, went the racist route. It was like, oh, you don't have black people on the show. Meanwhile, I'm sitting on the panel. Remember that?
I was a listener, I think.
I think both me and Eli were on the panel. You gotta love people, man. No globe arguments, no globe proof. Just let me attack you with ad homs and nonsense.
Exactly.
So, what's your opinion on Genghis Khan, Nathan?
On what?
Genghis Khan, or Mussolini.
Right, because he asked about Hitler. What's your opinion on Hitler? What the
I
hell?
can tell you what I know.
Well, he did that for he did that for a reason, because that's the you're not supposed to talk about that,
No,
and you may get your channel shut down for that.
no, Neil. You tell them Genghis Khan and Mussolini, especially Genghis Khan, he navigated the world with celestial navigation upon a flat surface. Period.
See, that would have been the smart thing to do.
Yep. No, he was fishing for you to talk about that individual, because that's last time that happened. It was a Sin Cleanser, and the Discord server got shut down. Huh?
Yeah, but it works two ways too. One, it's a topic that Discord expressly keeps you from discussing, and it helps fish for the racists within the room, because he's looking for someone who sympathizes with the worldview that we're taught Hitler had, right? So he's trying to find someone that has a mindset of racial discrimination.
Yeah. And if you drop it in early, anybody who's not paying too much attention just hears that and it's a trigger word for them to pay attention. That's all it was. Again, I can't. You want to divine his motivation and ascribe it to some evil entity, but then you get very much as guilty as of the thing I'm telling him not to do. You know what I mean? It's one of them. So you can just say, well, dick. That's all I need to do, because that's what he is in terms of his behavior. So I don't need to ascribe anything else beyond that.
I don't think so. It was obvious, Nathan.
You know what I'm driving at?
Well,
Yes, I do.
I prefer people to be upfront and no nonsense rather than a slithering snake in the garden trying to smile and whisper sweet things in your ear.
that's why I said I hoped it wasn't true. I really do hope that's not true. That I hope it was all just stupidity and ignorance and poor education that caused him to behave that way. Because the other side of it is that he's doing it on purpose, which is so disgusting that it makes me ashamed to be the same species as him.
Yeah, I think it is just on purpose. People just get a kick out of that sort of stuff. Honestly,
Species? What's that?
That's what I think. Just doing it for his own self-gratification.
Yeah, Flatsy. What is that? A species? What is that?
Yeah, exactly. I'll take the silence as there is no answer.
Well, I can tell you that redheaded
How long you been listening to the show? Sorry, John. Just real quick. How long you been around, Flatsy?
I guess I started out in
I
24/7.
think he means today.
Oh, yeah, I kind of caught just the after show.
No, Nathan. I actually meant what she was going into.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, I heard about QE through 24/7, and I started really paying attention to his show, and of course, in turn, Nathan, and got into listening to you guys. You're on quite early in the morning, so it's rare that I get to catch the whole thing.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, Flat Earth. I came about Flat Earth on my own and learned that the Earth wasn't a globe. Pretty much,
Hold on.
almost.
Explain that. On your own?
Yeah, well, I came across the information on my own with doing research into a lot of stuff. My interest was sparked, let's just say, in about 2021. So I started really looking into things and came across flat Earth, and I started talking on an internet radio show. There's still clips of me and sending in like little sound clips and calling in on the show. It was the Fact Hunter with George Hobbs. I started there, and then because I didn't have social media, so the first thing of social media that I got, well, other than YouTube, because I've had that for a while with my music videos, but was getting Discord, and I don't have any other social media, so I don't have all the other stuff.
Yeah, I had a weird trip to flat Earth too, because I was studying like epistemology and the meaning of words because I was having some legal issue with my oldest daughter, and it kind of popped up in one of my searches because I was looking into knowing and what actual knowing meant, and went into different epistemologies, and flat Earth was one of them. I kind of looked at it, and I was like, well, I need something to laugh at because this stuff is infuriating. So I started off kind of going to flat earthers and giggling about the feast of nonsense. Um, just kind of a way to, I guess, relax.
I guess what really got me into the internet radio show that I gravitated towards, don't mind the word, um, because I read Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper and started looking into government documents. Um, that's how I came that's how I came across everything, is really looking at the the source and all of the things that people don't, because William Cooper was like, guys, this information is out there, these operations are out there for you to go and read, but no one does it. So I was like, well, I'm gonna go do it. So I started reading all of these unclassified uh, documents and about operations that are kind of withheld from the public, and I had a little bit of guidance when I was reading that book. I was also like working all the time, so I would look for it on Spotify and see if somebody, had a reading of it so I could just listen to it while I was driving. And George Hobbs with the Fact Hunter had a good plethora of much more than just readings of Behold a Pale Horse. It was William Cooper's old radio show and stuff like that. So I started, digging in to everything he was talking about, and that's what got me on the path to figuring out that the earth was not a globe.
Yeah, I wish I could say I went that route. Instead, I hung around the feast of nonsense, but I knew it was nonsense, which did not help me get off the globe for like 2.5, 3 years.
John, you never had what the hell moment like when you were a kid? Like it doesn't seem as though it is what they tell us it is. Nothing ever struck you as a little bit odd.
Yes, but they have explanations for everything, and most of
Right.
them are like red herring. You know what I mean? Like you can ask a glober anything, and they're programmed with the response from their rhetoric. Now, the anti-flat earthers, because we deal with the rhetoric, have a different response, and they don't seem to connect that wire for whatever reason. I won't try to divine the motivation behind it, but like they're incapable of connecting that wire. But as soon as I understood that there was no geometry to the horizon, then you couldn't claim that it had anything to do with the shape of Earth. And I knew that we measured off a plane. So what else could it be?
I was reading Operation Dominic and Fishbowl. I remember I was going through the documents of the Operation Fishbowl, and I kind of had a like a notion towards flat Earth when I was reading it because I don't, I think I remember hearing about it on a Rumble video, but it was OP Freedom. He had a bunch of different types of videos for just about everything that's going on in the world, and that one came up, and I was like, well, I haven't read that government document, so let me go check it out. And I was reading Operation Fishbowl, and I remember turning to my husband and saying, I think I'm a flat earther. And he was like, oh yeah. And that was it.
What exactly within the reference made you think the Earth was flat?
Being enclosed, not in the vacuum of space, but without even the knowledge of the second law of thermodynamics.
So you're not saying that it hit the dome when they fired a rocket up. You're saying that there had to be a container.
Right.
Are you saying that the rock hit the container, or I'm just trying to figure
I
out how
didn't.
you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, it did seem to me like they were attempting that when I was reading through it. Maybe I don't. I mean, I don't think that so much anymore now, but the idea of that and enclosure was in my mind. So I've come a long way, and I honestly I have a lot of thanks to QE for that and all the other people on 24/7 because I would just sit in there and I'd listen. You know, I would speak up and pop up every now and then, but really I realized that I didn't know a lot and I needed to shut up and listen.
That's the thing. As soon as you get that general impression from somebody, you can tell that their motivation is to learn, which is to say that they won't interject, and if they do, their interjection is something that they genuinely want an answer to, and they'll listen to the answer. And if the answer doesn't sit well with them, they'll challenge you, and so on and so forth. The guy we had on earlier, he wasn't doing that. He wasn't even listening to the answers. Right? His only intention was to antagonize immediately on the back foot when he's being refuted with things that he wants to put out for us to get hot under the collar over.
Yeah, he wanted clarification of a what? A single point?
Yeah,
I didn't get that.
That's the end of the discussion, Neil. That's the point that there is no wave, so he needed clarification to keep the conversation going. Because then it's not a fine point put on the end of the is no wave. It's, I need further clarity. On what? Long stony silence. Not, oh yeah, there's no wave. It's just a point of concession that he didn't want to concede on.
Right. And that was because I was interested to hear what his clarification was, but he never gave it. And I asked twice,
Yeah,
what are
right.
you trying to clarify?
Yeah, then I closed your and my line to wait for the silence because there wasn't any clarity needed. There wasn't any point of contention. By saying I need further clarity, his intention was to get me to waffle on, giving more clarity when there's a point being made that's concluded. At the conclusion, well, I need more clarity. On what? Stony silence.
I appreciate you guys letting me reflect on my journey this way. You know, reflecting on it shows me how many times I made mistakes and how many mistakes I'm probably making, you know, still to this day. But I feel more confident in the direction I'm going. So I'm
Well, we
always
suffer
willing
them, but it's difficult. Um, so you had
Oh,
it sounds like you had an ether believer in here again. Sorry, I'm late.
We can't tell if he was or he wasn't. He was just disingenuous person who was going down many rabbit holes trying to pull us in.
Did he define ether, by the way?
No, Chocolate asked him.
What do you
Nathan,
think?
yeah, but Nathan didn't think it was that important to get the definition of ether.
Well, he tried to define it as a medium for an electromagnetic wave to propagate through.
What's that?
Well, it's trying to describe, yeah, you're trying to describe light, but that photon isn't, well, it's not magnetic, and it has nothing to do with electricity. So, I don't know.
Well, Witsit likes to say that light is an event where dielectric and magnetic waves intersect. That's what he describes light as to these folks that are coming in here talking about it like that.
Light's an event now. Nice.
I know, right?
Oddly enough, that is how Einstein describes it within the theory of relativity.
Curious.
Is it worth going through the end of this Matan Evan video? There's only a few minutes left. Anybody?
I was going to say no.
Well, it did drag out the ether believer. It's got some piece of nonsense appeal to it. Why not?
4 minutes left in the video.
No. It doesn't. I
So you
don't
think you're
need to
making
read.
stuff up about the?
I think that
Mr.
you're
Bird?
making stuff up. But the point is, Robert Byrd did say, this is on record saying it, it's historically true, that there are lands beyond the South Pole. Now, I'm not going to say ice wall because that's a technicality and no one cares.
What do you believe is?
I'm sorry. Earlier it was Stephen Byrd. Now it's Robert Byrd. Is he talking about Admiral Richard Byrd by any chance? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure everybody's heard about the bird.
Beyond the
bird is
South
the
Pole.
Well, I'm going by
I think the bird's the word.
what he said, his own personal accounts with his
I'll get copyright strike if you're too tone perfect.
It was an expedition. It was a scientific expedition, and he showed
no such beast exists. There are no scientific expeditions. So it's the flat earther, in this case, what I'm calling stooge, stealing valorous science.
Fertile lands with every resource known to man.
Why do you trust this guy so much to not just be a schizophrenic, crazy maniac?
Well, I mean, you could say that about anybody, obviously. You could say everybody in NASA's crazy.
No, you wouldn't.
You could. They're all crazy. You're crazy. Look at your hair.
Okay,
Your hair is crazy.
No, fair. But
I don't believe any of you.
Again, encouraging people to stereotype, right? Everybody in NASA's crazy. You could say that. Well, no, you couldn't. We could have intentionally ascribed people who say they've been to a sky vacuum as being liars because they are. But beyond that, I wouldn't be so bold as to call anybody else in NASA a liar. I'm pretty sure that they're all honest, upstanding citizens of their communities that are just trying to make a living for their family and feel like they're doing some very good work. So, no, I wouldn't call them all nuts. I wouldn't call them all liars. Far from it. Astronauts, on the other hand, absolutely without question, they're liars.
You say yours crazy.
No, but that's fair.
Okay, yeah.
But let me respond to that.
Sure.
You've been saying everything I said isn't true.
No, not everything. I think that there's some truth to it, but yeah.
All right. Well, anyways, why exactly? If I could probably go right now to the mental hospital, probably a block away. I think there's a hospital for like Down syndrome people. You could probably find one of those guys had a hard life, turn him schizophrenic. You're gonna go talk to that guy. You're like, oh, the aliens are real. I went to Mars. When you talk to like a little kid, I was talking to a little kid the other day. I was just at a preschool teaching. And he actually mentioned to me he had been himself out of this galaxy. He went to a different galaxy and he met Thor. You know Thor?
Yeah.
Is that
So, yeah, there's no difference. Both are liars. The little kid saying he's gone and met Thor, liar. Guy who's been to outer space, liar.
something I should take seriously?
What he says?
Yeah. Should I believe that?
Well, have you proven that Admiral Byrd is crazy?
Should I?
I'm sorry.
I see what you're doing, but you haven't proved that Admiral Byrd is crazy. You told me a story that you haven't backed up with any actual facts.
Is the little kid crazy?
I don't know. I don't know the kid. He might be crazy. I don't know.
Okay, so maybe he's telling the truth.
Again, what does what's the relevance of Admiral Byrd's like mental faculty have to do with what is the surface of Earth?
Nothing. But as long as any flat earthers watching realize that, you know, you could just go and Google Admiral Byrd. Maybe go and Google him, and then it'll lead you down a whole rabbit hole of looking stupid when saying the Earth's flat.
I don't know. Maybe he is telling the truth in his own mind. Maybe NASA, the people working for NASA think they're doing the truth, but maybe they're doing someone else's lies.
That's
Who
a
knows?
fallacy. Anyways, the final question I want to ask you is, I'm sure you'd agree that, you know, like an animal, like a dog, like a cat, like a bird, have a different brain chemistry than human, right?
Sure.
Can survive different things. A fish can survive in the water, doesn't need air, correct?
Are we going into evolution now?
No evolution.
Okay.
But you agree, like a fish needs the water but not the air. Human needs the air but not the water.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me how you believe the air and all the gravity is fake when currently on Mars there is no human to step foot because of their problems.
Hold on, this is a compound question. How do you say that gravity is fake when currently on Mars there is blah, 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 bullshit? Is that the compound question?
They haven't figured it out yet. But there are multiple shepherds who are there right now with the colony set up by the drop pods from the spaceships. They're living there right now.
There's people. And now there's Indians on Mars.
No, not Indian, shepherds.
Shepherds.
Like a dog. There are right now.
He seems like a weak globe Earth stereotype stooge, doesn't he? The Evan guy? Because he's putting across fairly weak globe arguments in parody, where he says, oh, there's people on Mars. I mean, I get that he's saying, it's a descent to absurdium in terms of his MO for his show. But in terms of what it comes across as is, to the onlooker, the flat earther's winning with these shit arguments, isn't he? That's how it comes across to me. Am I wrong?
It may be weaponizing ignorance. You train your enemy to think how you want him to think, so that is capable of any kind of logical sense can rip them apart.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you put him up against somebody who's some 16-year-old kid who's just coming up with some really crappy globe arguments, make the flat earther look like he's reasonably well versed in flat earth and occasionally says the words logical fallacy. So, oh, well, this guy's more intelligent than the 16-year-old. Doesn't the 16-year-old normally have these people over a barrel, like the bimbos on OnlyFans, and they're only one step below flat earthers, aren't they? But yeah, this guy, he seems to hold his own with the feast and nonsense.
German shepherds.
No, not German shepherds, just
like a dog. There are dogs on Mars.
Because they don't need the air, so they're able to survive over there.
Dogs don't need air.
No.
So
it's like a fish.
If you go and choke a dog, it won't die.
You're restraining his neck.
But if he doesn't need air.
Oh, John, I heard you pop.
Sorry, but that's the value of the feast and nonsense to the globe, is because it seems as if a reasonable debate is going on. If you don't understand, the basis, right? Just to the casual onlooker, it's something to be laughed at, and you can laugh at both of them. Therefore, you walk away with the same belief you had. So, by allowing this flat earther to go on with his nonsense, it's beneficial to the people that believe they live on a globe.
Yeah, and if it sparks interest in you as a flat earther, all of the talking points that you'll go out and Google, as instructed to do so. I mean, it's almost like a privilege. I get to Google this. Oh, no, you've had a Google, I've had a Google. No, we're not allowed to Google because it's a debate. What does that tell you, audience member? Oh, well, I can just Google it right now. Admiral Byrd. You know what I mean? It's like empowering the audience to take up this from one side or the other. It doesn't really matter. But if you took up the flat earther's position, you're going to start Googling all the Feast of Nonsense talking points. And that'll be the start of your journey into this rabbit hole. This is the start of the path that we took. For many people. Sad, isn't it?
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone. Is this supposed to be serious?
Yeah.
That lad, Evan, the kid, he's like a natural comedian. I feel he's just purely trolling at this stage. With dogs don't need air. I mean, I've only come in a few minutes ago. Like, I don't take him serious at all. As in, that I don't take serious that he's seriously saying that and meaning it. I don't know. He's
that's what I'm saying.
Gauge,
that's what I was saying. He's making the by descending globe Earth arguments into absurdium, it makes the globe Earth side seem weaker than the flat Earth side. Now, this guy whose show it is pro globe. You know, he's like you say, the impression that the audience gets is, well, obviously he's the one trolling the flat earther. But yet, in terms of the way it's presented, it does actually seem like the flat earther is presenting a strong enough position to have held his own against a typical, like you say, troll, not come off looking like a complete idiot. And in fact, some of the absurd things that the globe proponents said have come across looking stupid. Like, this is his show. Why would it be orchestrated this way? Well, go and Google Admiral Byrd.
Well, technically, most of the time, in most debates, when flat versus globe, the globers are saying the most ridiculous stuff. It's that people don't realize that what they're saying is highly ridiculous. Even if the flat earther is pushing the Feast of Nonsense and ether, it's still nowhere near as ridiculous as what the globe pushes and what these guys push. So technically, he's just emphasizing the ridiculousness, or dumbing it, or bringing it down to a level that people can actually relate to. Because a lot of people may not, like they can be, let's say someone like M. Scott Veacher, just as an example, or Ruhif, people would be intellectually, if they don't know any better, they might be intellectually intimidated by Ruhif, listening to him in a debate and think, well, he must know what he's talking about. He seems very, very educated or something like that. And they don't realize he's only bullshitting. Do you know what I mean? It's just, sorry for the language, but that was the best way to say it. It's like, so I think this is like the same thing, but brought to a position of ridiculum that everyone goes, that's ridiculous. But it's always ridiculous. They just don't realize it's ridiculous. Like gas pressure without a container, that's ridiculous. Do you know what I mean? But that is the argument that they'll push, and they'll give the audience the impression that they have a good argument when they've got absolutely nothing. If you understand what I mean.
Oh yeah. Especially when they start talking about, well, from sea level, the horizontal plane, as you go up, the gas pressure decreases. Like, how is that helping your point at all? You know, it's a red herring to the point. But how is that helping you at all?
As an Irishman, do you feel
the quick? Let's talk about something else. Sorry, Nathan.
I was just going to ask Brian, does he feel like he's a different species as an Irishman?
What do you mean, different species?
You heard me.
You Irish, like.
You missed. We had like a Nazi come in here.
Brian wasn't here for that.
Oh shit! Sorry,
You missed it, Brian.
In that case, is your reaction that you now feel like you want to punch me in the face? I forgot he wasn't here.
No, not at all. I just don't know what the question means, or why I'm being asked it, or whatever. Do I feel like a different species?
It doesn't mean if he wasn't here, he wasn't listening. A lot of times Brian's not here, but he's listening.
Okay, let me just clarify if he was or not. Brian, were you listening in the future to this recording?
I was in the future listening to this recording.
Well, then this all makes perfect sense. Racist bastard, eh? Wasn't he?
All I know is that there was a Nazi here, and I'm wondering, am I a different species?
Damn Irish always in the future.
His last ditch of desperation to try and get us to flip out was ether.
Well, what this tells you is that how Irish react to overt racism, rather than taking offence, it's an inbuilt contemplation. I don't know. Am I a difference? Maybe I could contemplate this for a few moments. This is an interesting way of thinking about it. Come in another sandwich.
Yeah, I have to say it's a kind of a natural thing. We don't have the same emotional response to it. That's true. We're not allowed to take ourselves serious to that degree sometimes, I think.
Yeah, some guy was egging us on to define different creeds and races and nations and cultures as being different species. You know, leading us down a path of saying, oh yeah, the way that people behave because they're culturally different means that they're genetically very different. You're like, okay, yeah, people are different. That much is obvious. You've only got to stand two people next to each other. But people are different within as many categories as you want to assign to them, aren't they? You know, if you say, well, let's categorize these as white British males and see how different they all are, very shocking, isn't it? But at the other end of the scale, I can ascribe Western world people as being very close to each other when I describe Neil as being a king because he's got hot and cold running electric everything.
Like this thing about people are genetically different. There's no doubt about it that I'm genetically different from someone, I don't know, from Malaysia, right? Very definitely different genetically. I mean, yes and no, I am.
I agree.
As in,
and I think we should list all of those particular genetic differences and then categorize a job for you. How does that sound?
Well, yeah, but see, that's only a genetic thing or a physical thing, physical and cultural. People, just people, that's people everywhere, are the same. Exactly the same, no matter where you go, people are the same. But
that's what I was trying to explain to Neil. You
can
can back me up. Neil was disagreeing with me. I was like, I've been and seen literal royalty, like a king, in his castle with his Cord Hi-Fi, with me chatting shit standing next to his Harley Davidson. Yeah, all the way down to poverty-stricken people in council houses. Now, I've very deliberately kept the scale within Western world culture, Brian, right? And I say there's almost no difference from one end to the other. It's very close. It's a really small scale.
That's not what I said, Nathan. I said people that are more wealthy. What I was trying to say is it's easier. Certain things are easier when you're wealthy. I'm not saying they don't have the same problems, but it's a lot easier when you're wealthy to deal with the everyday things that somebody that is not wealthy may have to worry about doing.
Yeah, but wealthy and poor are two kind of financial states. I'm talking about people. Like, no matter where you go, right, there's ball towers. Let's be honest. Right? Now, I never really used that term, but I'm using it here now. No matter where you go in the world, you're going to find these types of people. And they'll be there in abundance. People are people, no matter where you go.
I agree. People are the same. I agree.
In every culture, every creed, you'll find idiot people. And those idiot people will be just as big of an idiot as the idiots from the other culture. Do you know what I mean? You'll find people who are clever, who nobody listens to. You know what I mean? You'll find sneaky people. You know, people are people no matter where you go. Because everyone's basically everyone's stuck in the same paradigm. With different cultures, different creeds, but it's the same paradigm. We're stuck in the same paradigm.
There's a word that you're looking for rather than stereotypes. These are hold on, Neil. Hold on. These are archetypes, right? So what you're saying is across all different countries and cultures, you'll have your archetypes. Now, many archetypes are personified in mythology so that the quote-unquote good archetypes can be perpetuated through that society's history. So you keep those stories going through archetypes, right?
Yes. Yeah, because the human race, no matter where you come from or what you look like, it churns out the same types of people. There's a guy somewhere in America and a guy somewhere in, I use Malaysia again, and a guy somewhere in Australia, and they're all thinking they all have the same stupid plan that won't work. Right? And they're all going to try and execute this plan that won't work. because they're all thinking the same way, because they all think that all three of them think that they have a winning plan that's going to get them out of trouble, whether it be trying to rob money or whatever it's going to be, and the plan is terrible, but they don't have the intellect to understand it. These people are everywhere. Everywhere you go, you have the same types of people.
Wow.
There's no point in saying you're going to go to Tibet and be with wise people. Only wise people live in Tibet. Guarantee you, Tibet is loads of stupid people living there.
That particular type of person's everywhere near Brian. I mean, there's a lot of them around Brian. They're everywhere, right, Brian?
Hey, Nathan, hold on. Nathan, did you say that you lost your job and then you got into psychopathy to find out about your boss? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, because when I lost my job, all I did was give my friend a layout of the place.
Give your friend the what?
Gave my friend the layout of the place, and that was it. Next thing you know, they were all tied down.
Sure. I understand. Say no more.
And there's a knee.
It was actually my first one.
You know what you do in civilized society, Neil?
Yeah, I know. I was a kid then. I didn't know any better. It was the wrong thing to do.
No, I'm asking what you actually do. If you have that, if you're a reasonable, sober-minded, rational person in civilized society, what should the course of action be? Because I took that course of action just to sue my ex-employer.
Yeah, take him to court. Yes, but that's a waste of time, isn't it?
Well, I won, so I would say no. I won, but not everyone wins. And the entire way through the process, I was being told by countless solicitors and barristers that I would lose, and there was no uncertain terms about it. You will lose. I don't care. I've been wronged, and I want my day in court, as you would put it. I want that. It took about 18 months.
Was it worth it though, financially?
I can say on a public show that goes out to people that I was unfairly dismissed.
I forget it.
Why am I getting rumpused? Christ.
Oh, I thought you didn't want to say
like
on a
the
public
answers.
show.
Yeah, Neil, you like the other guy. You didn't want the answer, so you rumpused the answer. Got it. Okay.
Jesus, I thought I asked you a forbidden question, for fuck's sake!
But then I was in the middle of answering when you told me to forget it.
This should be much easier, this little conversation here. This shouldn't have ended in that position, ended like that.
What? It should be easier to converse with Neil. It should be.
Yeah, Neil, it should be easier to converse with you if he's even still here. He's gone.
Was it worth it, was your question? Yes.
Yeah, but in the end, Brian, you're still Irish.
which makes that genetically you're a different species. That makes you genetically a different species. That we went through that whole line of reasoning. Yeah.
I was watching The Gangs of New York, that movie, the other night. And there's a lot of Irish element in that movie. I mean, you could say 50% of the movie was about the Irish, has an Irish element to it. Like a lot of movies, they try and make it out as they're trying to put a parallel between the Irish and the Africans, right? And it's just like they keep on trying to do this in movies and that. And I can understand it. And it's not that there isn't parallels through history, through American history, let's just say. It's just that no one's going to really take us serious on it. The parallels are there, but the same. It's how will I explain it? Like people are just not going to take it serious. We just when it comes to us saying, oh, this and that happened to us, everyone's going to go, yeah, whatever. Do you know what I mean? No one's going to take us serious. So it's kind of like, I think the Hollywood needs to stop trying to see if anyone's going to take that serious or not. If they were going to take it serious, they would have. That things happened. They weren't good. They'll get on with it. Paddy. That's about the size of it, you know. That's what. It's kind of. I find it funny to even try and take it serious myself.
Well, now that movie was based in around the time of the Civil War when there was a lot of Irish immigrants coming into New York, so the gangs would be made up of mostly Irish.
Ah, yeah, but I mean, the thing about it is, it's something I never thought about before was that the amount of Irish that would have come there and gone straight to the front lines of the Civil War and probably just died meant that now there's probably would have been a much bigger Irish population in America than there is. The Irish population is actually not that big in America. It just gives you the impression that it is. In comparison to other groups of people. So that probably, I was thinking, yeah, that probably would have been a lot more of Irish Americans if they hadn't all been so many of them sent to the front line. But it's just kind of like they were trying to make it out as if they're trying to make parallels between the Irish and the Africans a little bit in that movie and other movies, and it's not going to, no one's going to take it serious. You know what I mean? No one's going to take it serious. They're just not going to take it serious.
I thought it was an example of how people at the bottom draw distinctions between each other and then fight each other over those distinctions, because the Irish were blaming the Africans in that movie for the war. You know, like the poor people fighting over the scrap.
Sorry, John.
This is a real deep conversation right here. Hey, Nathan, where are we going this week? You have any plans?
Mallorca.
We're going to New York?
Wales.
Or maybe Wales. Either is good by me.
I was more or less going with where you taking the room in that vein.
I didn't actually have any intentions to take it anywhere.
All right.
Where are you going this week?
Where are you going?
Yes.
Going back to the land of misfit toys, or the politics server, that type of thing. In that vein.
We'll see where the wind blows us in that regard. Don't you think?
Fair enough.
So are you working invitation, or are you reaching out to these people? Or are other people acting as intermediaries?
All three.
Do you get a lot of good positive feedback privately after being on the politics server? Because that went pretty well.
Yeah, loads of positive feedback. Nothing but positive feedback. Certainly no rebuttals to anything. Yeah.
Well, there wasn't anything really to rebut, was there? From what I've listened to so far, you're just pointing out that they measure it flat too, and most of them agreed to that, but then still wanted to argue it was a sphere.
Yeah. I particularly like the guy who took one of the Roofy Stooge examples of hijacking perspective off a flat plane with heights and elevations measured with respect to a flat plane to ask us why optical drop occurs. Why is my line of sight lower in angle than I expect when taking the feet and inches value and comparing the two on an orthographic view? That was the question I was asked. It's like, here's a flat plane. Here's a parallel to your flat plane. Here's the mountains off a flat plane. There's 3 flat earth measurements. Do you accept them? Oh, absolutely, was the response. You're like, this is supposed to be your gotcha for why things get smaller into the distance. # shit shrinks. Meanwhile, you're conceding left and right that Earth's measured flat. And I don't think he even realised he was doing it. He's just laser focused on getting to the end of his gotcha, not realising that every step of the way he's conceding how Earth must be measured flat for his example that he didn't get a gotcha with.
Don't these guys understand? All right, from the Irish. Don't these guys understand that when, I don't know, what was he shooting his transit, or is he theodolite from one mountain to the other mountain? Don't these guys get it that shit shrinks? Don't they get that?
No. Even though in the
No.
diagram, right, it's showing the degree difference and he's showing a smaller mountain in orthographic view. You're like, look, the mountain degree measurement for the mountain is lower. Therefore, here's this smaller version of the mountain. You're like, both are going to have the same feet and inches value, but you're almost letting yourself know that it's got smaller because you're showing it in the diagram as a smaller mountain. But there's only 1 feet and inches value ascribed to both shadowy, smaller mountain and bigger mountain they're claiming should be higher in angular view off a flat plane because it's a bigger mountain in feet and inches. It's 100 miles away. you having me on? Hashtag she shrinks. You kidding? There it is in your diagram as a smaller mountain, right? Because it's 100 miles away. I did a video with it. I put the Dougal, you know, this cow is small, that cow is far away. I edited that in between Brian's explanation when he's like, I dealt with this 8 years ago with optical drop. Really? Really? Is this what we're doing? And then I have Dougal getting this cow is small. The ones out there are far away.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Did we get his drawings, by the way?
Yeah, I was waiting for
Yeah,
when Brian
yeah.
had them. I think it's because Brian was involved in the discussion, so he'd obviously gone to the effort of snatching them. But I'd edited the video together, and I was like, I can't just stick this out with no diagrams. I know what he's talking about, but I didn't, you know, really see the diagrams. I just kind of knew from what he was saying what he was talking about and went from there, and then had to get the diagrams afterwards. But obviously, it looks like I know what I'm referring to. I mean, I gave myself props afterwards. I'm like, man, you know, I did get it right, even though I wasn't looking at the diagrams as I'm talking to him. I'm doing it, you know, based on what he said.
Yeah,
Who
I
was
actually.
that? I'm sorry, Brian. Was that Jesse Path of Light? Was that him?
Yes.
He's in main chat, right? He's just posted in main chat right now. How you like that?
Video that I trimmed out.
I'll get his ass in here.
Well, I've turned it into a video. I think it might be. No, I released it to the public as well. So it's one that I can actually, you know, it's the star of my first video that I will trim out lots of them. Each of the questions that are worthy of an individual video, I will trim out. It's going to be a lot of work, but I've done one over the weekend.
Well, I made a video last night. It's a pretty long video. And I brought the first thing I addressed was those 3 diagrams because it was based off of that third diagram or the first one, whichever, the one with the 2 mountains. And if you go through what is actually being shown in this diagram, they're making Mount Shasta over 1,000 feet higher than it really is. When you back engineer what's going on, they've made Mount Shasta over 1,000 feet higher. That's what they're claiming if you back engineer it. But they don't realize they're claiming that. But that is what's been claimed.
Okay, so I've posted it in the main text chat on Discord. I know how to do that now.
You figured that out.
Going up in the world. Well, I had to because they to usher me into the it needs must, isn't it? Into the politics room. They're like, yeah, we'll move you in. I'm like, brilliant. You know, I love lazy things where I don't even have to click any buttons. They're like, oh no, you must raise your hand in the mainstream chat. I'm like, oh, really? We're live. I've got to do this, haven't I? I've got to learn how to use something beyond just clicking on live stream and never touching it again. So yeah.
I do like how all of their little gotcha questions have an optical plane and then the actual plane, and they think that by trying to put them against each other, somehow it's a sphere at the end of it. That's cute.
But yeah, if someone wants to let Jesse Path of Light know that that's the video that he's in.
I'll take care of it.
If, like me,
but surveying is used.
I asked you for a practical application where this was useful beyond me using it to prove Earth's flat, and you've said knowing the height of Everest. I'm saying when you're climbing up it, and you've got a vague idea by looking at it how bloody massive it is, knowing the exact height measured with elevation changes from a flat Earth perspective, isn't that useful in practical application? This is me Hiding the truth if I don't answer it? What, the truth for Everest navigators? You don't seem to be conceding to me. The diagram's depicting a flat Earth, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and that's how we measure it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Job's a good one. That's just the intro, but yeah. We all measure Earth flat is the name of the video. And like I say, him stumbling over himself to get to his gotcha leads him to multiple concessions that Earth's being measured flat.
Well, the problem we have is if I'm standing at a big distance from something that I know is higher than my oil line, but because it's after getting smaller with perspective, because in our class they teach people, I went through this in the video I made last night. In our class they teach people that there's this horizon line in the center of their view, but there isn't. The sky comes down to meet the land a lot more than the land appears to ramp up, because the land just stretches out. It doesn't ramp up. It just gives a slight appearance of doing that, because due to our perspective, everything that's above you will come down. That's what actually happens. There's a decrease in the vertical, you know what I mean, from the sky or anything higher to come down towards the baseline, the ground, whichever, sea level. So if I'm looking at something and it's higher, I know it's higher than my oil line, right? But because of perspective, it looks like it's after getting smaller. So it looks like I'm looking over the top of it. They thought that meant that there was a dip angle to it, when there isn't. Whereas if this thing is double my height, then technically a horizontal line, orthographic, let's just say, an orthographic line from being horizontal from my oil line will meet this object halfway up. But due to perspective, it appears that the line is slanted. It would appear, if you drew it from frontal perspective view and drew it to where your oil line is really meeting, it would appear like it's a big slanted down line. But it's not slanted down. It's just that because the object has changed in angular size, but the base has stayed the same. The top has come down towards the base. The base, both you and the object are on. The top has come down towards the base due to angular size. So it gives you the impression that you're looking over the top of it when you're not. And that's what they've called Earth curve. That's what they basically tried to hijack this Earth curve in the distance for eons. It's just a perspective effect. That's all it is.
But you still got to get rides over run to get back the objects in the distance, right? So to have this false comparison, you're still going to need a flat plane. And then you're going to have be a flat plane in the other description. You're going to say that Earth curve is causing that. It's so nonsense.
Yeah, the whole process, the very process you use by surveying everywhere all the time for elevations debunk the existence of an 8 inches per mile square drop, because it wouldn't work, because they couldn't have parallel verticals and parallel horizontals in rise over run. You know what I mean? Because it's all based on it's all based on what one elevation is in relation to the other. Its height in the vertical and what horizontal distance is between them. How do you have that with an 8 inches per mile square drop? You don't. And the whole world, that is the process for elevation from sea level across every country, every piece of land. That's the process.
And that's the point that they're all trying to skip from, because both mountains, in this case, or whatever mountains we're talking about, the elevation is in reference to the very same baseline, sea level.
Exactly.
It's kind of like saying because a chihuahua exists and a shih tzu exists, dogs don't exist. That's where they're at.
Yeah, well, it is the ultimate perspective hijacking. And what's funny is they can actually come out and show how they took an angular size to something, and then with a straight face try and claim globe. It's like, no, that doesn't exist in your paradigm. There's no angular size change, there's no optical drop, no visual occultation, no diffraction limits. None of these things are part of your paradigm. You know what I mean? These are all the things you call our core. Sorry, Chocolate.
Now, the funny thing is, before we defined it as perspective hijack, it was basically perspective denying. Because they would tell us, what are you talking about, perspective? That's some shit you made up, flat earther. Right? That's something that exists in art class. I think that was P. Mars, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like, this is some shit they used to tell us when it seems like they had no idea how to argue it, besides, my space pictures. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't a we thing. That was a me thing. There, Chocolate.
What are you talking about?
He said it when we identified as perspective hijacking. That was a me thing, not we.
We said perspective
I meant
omitting.
we as the show. Here, this
The
show.
collective we.
Hey.
Meaning John said it, we parroted it. Yeah, we said perspective omitting because the perspective calculator didn't have perspective in it. John took me to one side, grabbed my ear, twisted it, and went, "Stupid boy. They've hijacked perspective, not omitted it." I went, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir."
That wasn't the way it went.
That's exactly how Nathan told us years ago. I believe Nathan.
And you said, what you got in your pockets?
You're right.
It's not John. QE. Don't mix up John. You got to say QE because we got another John on the panel.
And QE was absolutely correct because it's not that they've just ignored perspective or just put it in an orthographic view. They've taken the effects of perspective and called them Earth curve.
Hijack that monkey.
Yep.
I remember that. I'm sorry.
No, you're wrong.
I
It was Brian 2 weeks ago.
Nah, it wasn't. Brian wasn't here. Was that with Ranty? That slimy sleaze bags photo with the what was that the windmills?
Yeah, so I asked him if he'd got we had a particular set of windmills that they were constantly claiming were going behind Earth curve as they got smaller and smaller. And I said, "Have you got a side view from a similar distance?" And he went and got it. He'd already taken a picture that was on some other particular piece of land 90 degrees to that observation, and they were just all lined up the same size over a massive distance. The same line that claimed to be going over Earth curve, when you see them from left to right, are all the same height, because they're roughly equidistant from your position, instead of getting further and further away.
That was back in the day, boy.
Back then, I could definitely say, yeah, at that point, I had a belief in flat Earth, and I'm looking for my own affirmation of how I can demonstrate that Earth is flat. You know, you've got these grandiose ideas of how we can demonstrate it. Look, we can show it with these windmills. It's like, today just seems so futile, right? And a bit not arrogant, grandiose to think we can go out and achieve such a thing when it's already been done for us in a much better way.
Is that a belief back then?
But
I would say so, yeah.
Can I
Yes.
ask though? Would you consider it to be a belief though, even though that's how the Earth presents itself to you? Like that's why there wasn't much of a struggle for me, where coming from the globe to flat Earth, because to me, I've never been presented with anything that says I live on a globe.
Right.
Right?
And
The Earth presents itself as flat.
I agree, but that was my rhetoric at the time. Obviously and observably flat. But that's very different to measured flat, isn't it? So, in terms of an argument that you can put in front of somebody to convince them beyond all doubt, measured flat is that stance. Saying, well, look, here's these turbines, look how it presents itself. Isn't it obvious? It's observably flat. Well, I would call that a belief.
I don't know. I'd go the other way. Trying to convince myself other than a ball at that point would be the belief, because again, it doesn't present itself to me that way. So me just accepting the earth the way it presents itself, to me, it doesn't seem like a belief. That just, that's just standard fare.
Maybe
Now, a spinning magical water ball, that's a bit of a problem.
Maybe belief's the wrong word. It wasn't. I didn't have a silver bullet.
You were frustrated. I remember hearing you so many times. You were frustrated because you knew it was flat, but you didn't know how to prove it. And that's the difference.
Yes, that's a good way. That's an exceptionally good way of putting it. I knew it was flat. Yeah, but I didn't have a strong enough rhetoric or a strong enough understanding of how it was flat and why it was flat and what was utilized by way of it being flat to put that across to somebody else at that particular time. And that's summarized by the word belief, which is probably the wrong word.
Yeah, because he didn't have a belief. Sorry, John.
No, I didn't believe it, but I do think that's still the case for a lot of our counterparts in this community. I've got to be honest, Brian.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. I was on the ball with that. But just for you, no, it wasn't just a belief. As I said, it was just a case of you couldn't prove it. You didn't know how to prove it to people. It had a standard that you would be happy with. That's what it was.
Yeah. Again, well put.
Well, I hate to use one of Brenda's examples, or as an example given to Brenda, you're looking through a telescope at something that appears to be a woman. Do you know that's a woman, or do you believe that's a woman?
Can I measure the length of her penis?
There you go. Then you know, right?
Okay, so this numpty writes back to me because I told him he was starring in that video you posted. He said, why didn't he answer my question? He didn't deny that the angle should be equal to arctan, parentheses, rise over run. He didn't deny that Mount Shasta was 5,000 plus feet taller than Mount Scott. He didn't deny that the globers can accurately predict, gag me with a spoon, the expected angle. All he had to say was he didn't care that Mount Shasta didn't measure at that expected angle. He may not care that Earth doesn't measure as if it's flat, but a lot of people care that it measures it if it's curved. End of statement.
It didn't measure as if it was curved. It was measured flat, and the claim gotcha of its height being different. Well, he gave the height in feet and inches, didn't he? And as I described with his shaded in diagram, he's showing that by way of perspective in an orthographic view in his Muppet vision mind, the mountain got smaller at 100 miles. Look, the angle's lower. It's like, I wonder why it could be smaller being further away and that. You're like, this is stupid. Plus, he didn't give any examples. What I did do is point out how every single part of his example required a flat earth to make the claim. For what him to say, yes, we're measuring it flat. Yes, this is a difference between horizontal and ground level. Yes, the mountains are measured off sea level with respect to a plane. Yes, I agree. Yes, absolutely. But the difference in angle in my gotcha proves it's a globe. Like, yeah, you've exemplified exactly how the trick's done, but he still thinks he's won. Wow. Amazing. So he thinks that was a good video. Okay. Ballers can delude themselves so well, can't they?
Well, yeah. See, I take the optical plane that we observe and then take the actual plane that we measure from. And then in the rigmarole, I just say Earth curve arbitrarily, and it's a ball. That's all you got to do.
Right, it's time for me to
Yeah,
find
but
out.
Jesse, we're talking about Jesse, though.
Yeah.
Jesse cannot be a flat earther. He's measuring to be flat.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the win. He hasn't recognized it. He's like, when I measure Earth flat and show you how the angles and the differences between an eye level and a surface level with a mountain height that's been measured with respect to a flat plane, it proves it's a globe. That's his argument.
Yeah, if I take a dip angle to perspective size, to the perspective size of a mountain, I can then, due to a lack of understanding of perspective, then work out a formula that makes the mountain over 1,000 feet higher. You know what I mean? It's like the fact that the mountain has a perspective size is the end of your globe. That is the end of that. It's over at that point. Whatever shenanigans you try to get up to after that means nothing. There is no angular size accounted for in global mathematics.
Right.
So
let me example why.
To
just for the audience. So when it shows the mountain in a feet and inches value, and it says the mountain's 100 miles away, let's say I change the 100-mile distance to 1,000 miles. Would the diagram change? No. Would it be any less accurate? No. No, it makes no difference. Perspective. What about if I put 10 million miles on the diagram? Yeah, it's exactly the same. The diagram doesn't change. Same exact diagram. Because there's no perspective. Correct, Brian?
Yeah, just change the scale value.
Sorry, George.
No, that's it. You just change the scale value. From 100 to 1,000. Just change the scale value. They only need to draw a horizontal line to debunk themselves. Simple as that. Because they're not talking the talk, but they are walking the walk. They're saying something and they're depicting something else. Simple thing. Just draw a straight line, a horizontal line for us, and then explain to us how a horizontal line fits on a sphere.
Well, what this lad did was taken a dip angle to the perspective size of another mountain, or well, his way claimed happened, and then say, how come the other mountain is not its actual size?
It's the same. They've been using the same trick. It is the Earth curve maths, by the way. That's all it is. They've been doing the same trick since we got here. Why does this item that's got smaller and shrunk towards the horizon shrink and get smaller towards the horizon when the feet and inches value of this item, let's say it's 1,000-foot mountain, it's still 1,000 foot? Well, I'm on a 900-foot mountain, but yet it's below me. You're like, shit shrinks towards the horizon. That's what shit does because it's perspective. What's that? We're inside view and seeing both of the mountains inside view with the side of our own head. And in this view, it doesn't. So therefore, why does the angle drop as we get further away from it? Yeah, hashtag shit shrinks. Are you insane?
Yeah, but even that side-on view of perspective still has eye level that's a horizontal plane. It does not comport with the sphere. Earth curve mathematics is reliant on Earth being a flat plane.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
that's what I focused on. Exactly. If you're going to try and have a gotcha, I'll point out a gotcha requires a flat plane. And if you're going to say that the gotcha of the mountain shrinking into the horizon because it's getting further away from you is a result of Earth curving away from you, why isn't the ground, when you reference the two different heights of the mountain curving away from you, why is it referenced to a sea level? Because it's level. And if you're going to claim that two things referenced to a surface level have got smaller into the distance, yeah, hashtag shit shrinks, but you're going to claim that's Earth curve. Yeah, that's what the Earth curve maths did. We figured that out 7 years ago. But he thought he had a gotcha with it. It's pathetic.
Yeah, they can't understand that when you're looking straight forward with your theodolite or just with your eyes, whatever, and there is an object in the distance that you know is higher than your eye line, yet it appears to be lower. They can't understand it. It only appears to be lower. That's it.
When you say eye line, you're talking about eye level, right?
Let me get an angle to that angular size.
It's phenomenal that people can, as I said, everywhere you go, these people exist.
Yeah, but like if they're trying to curve level, which really that's all they're ever trying to do is make level curve in their minds. Why don't they ever curve eye level?
Well, that's what they tried to do here, John. They tried to bring eye level, well, slope eye level. because when they thought, like within the diagram, it shows that some baller thought that they were taking a dip angle to the top of the prospective size of the mountain, but they don't want to accept.
Wait, hold on, no. You can't curve eye level and get a dip angle, because then you have a curved line meeting a straight line. That's not an angle, so there's no dip angle there.
Well,
yeah, but you need to have a deviation from straight in order to detect the curve. That's why.
Well, mostly
how would you go about to measure the deviation from straight?
Flat Earth, right?
You want to try that again?
Sorry, buddy.
Can the 4 people try that again all at the same time?
I go. What the problem is that they don't want to accept that in perspective view, your horizontal view, the horizontal line from your eyes, will appear to slope downwards. They don't want to accept that, or they just can't grasp that concept. It will appear because of angular size changes. It will appear to slope downwards. It's not actually sloping downwards. If you put that into one of your orthographic diagrams, the line is straight, meeting the other object at the point it's supposed to. It only appears to slope downwards. They don't I think this is the major thing, is it? They don't understand the difference between appears and actual.
Yeah, they've taken actual size of mountains, the actual size in feet and inches, and then asked you why there's an angular size change. That's all the curve calculator does.
But to say a slope downwards is not curvature, you would need a rate of change of slope, which would not give you an angle to make any of these claims to begin with.
Right. They need a flat Earth for the geometry to make the assertion that there's an angular size change in the first instance, meaning that they need a flat Earth to make their claim. Not angular size, angle change.
It's like challenging Mike Tyson to a fight and then hitting yourself with a shovel or something like 4 or 5 times until you lose consciousness. It makes that much sense.
Right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on coffee and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!